ที่ไปดูได้ก็อากาศนั้นเจ้าว่าดูอะไรให้ดูat least ถ้าสวยตรงๆก็คูละそうだ
skins. Before I get started, I do want to say that if you like Albion Online, make sure to subscribe, stay up to date to this channel. I pretty much upload daily, so if you like Albion Online, this is the channel for you. Let's go ahead and get started. The first thing you probably should know is that there is a new vanity tab that you can open up. Up here, click on your profile picture thing. Then you can click on the appearance.
Appearance. Overcome. Avatar ring. Daira keep hold. That means sorry. 移民走了。Oh, di quelli ci sia lì. Oh, vale. Allora, oh. Oh, what is it? Oh. Oh. Okay, 现在打死到 B 1，比较扣。 Oh. Island
Put your money offshore.
16k no sima also
Living large.
but last one farming pot
A clever investment.
160
Your island, your rules.
What's
Have a look.
mà AI ra rồi đấy
Satisfied?
เล่าพี่การต่อว่าหลายแล้ว
With your coins and my skills, we can make anything happen.
I can get you anywhere. I can wait a little longer.
ค่อยไปเราก็อินไปพักก็นมี farming ไปพอร์ตได้ยาได้ไหม เอาโอ้ถ้าทิ้งได้ย่อยต้องกินน้ำมิวสิกเอาอะไรดอกนัสลีน่ะproperty building attackable right repair โอเคเหลือ farming and brown fertile 这啦 farming 的啊，讲话 brown fertile กำมองกันตัวถ้าอากาศนี่ตับตัว bring wheat into flour plant place grow animal grow more structures and โอเคเอาไปเลยถ้าหินเฉพาะตัวแต่ potions หรอร่างเอา nói in no military weapons weapon armor real weapon meat weapon farming rồi nó hincha 말었대 이제 나네 cái đại yêu mày à hadi ku economy kanka ini ada kena fiber berarti berarti công nghiệp Download the creative island. Originally.
Ready to leave? Up on!
Toy. Anyway. In Luma. Get free. Uh, Ooh. Big thing. Don't. Nó apa yang ni? Ah, suruh ni saya ada dulu. Booms.
Tab, and this will open this one.
A super rare like relic item with that's of excellent quality or something like that. Usually you're losing money after crafting. So yeah, here's my craft.
Welcome everyone, it's Lupac here, and today we're bringing you another beginner guide in which we're going to be talking about alternate characters, or alts for short. A lot of people are always asking about alts in Albion Online when they visit the stream or comment in the YouTube videos saying, do I need them? Do I have to have alts to play this game? Why should you have alts? What are the benefits? What's the downsides? Because they see me and obviously my various characters, and they want to know what the score is. So I want to start with a little bit of background for this. I mean, I've played a lot of MMOs throughout the years. I've been a gamer all my life. I'm 34 now, and I've always loved MMOs, but I've always been that one character guy. So I've always liked to have my main character. That's my only character. I do everything on that character, and that's the way I like it. It keeps it nice and tidy, easy to organize, and that's always been my style of play. I've never really bothered with alt characters and stuff like that. But in Albion, it's a different kettle of fish, to be honest. There's so many mechanics and factors that encourage you to play with ults or benefit you if you play with ults, that it is in fact quite beneficial to an active player. And I'll go more onto what I mean by that later on. But first, I'll just talk you through my 3 characters. So I have my main character, Lupak, who is a fire mage. He does a little bit of everything. He has everything unlocked to tier 4, but his main spec is fire mage. There's about 30 million fame invested into fire mage related skills. Here you can see him with his 8-3 masterpiece wildfire and his crypt candle. My second character is Lupak with 2 Cs, and this guy specializes in tanking for the most part. He's currently he's really high level in all of the armors for plate, and he's 100 spec great hammer with 100 hammer mastery. He's also started doing maces because I've been playing the cancer tank build that I featured in my build spotlight. Finally, I've got Lupak with 3 Cs, who's my leather user. He GVGs with swords. He generally uses a Galatine pair as his sword of choice, but he's also proficient with double-bladed staff and bow for open world and ganking. So he's a bit more of an all-rounder character, and actually possibly the one I've been spending the most time on in the last week. So as you can see, I've actually opted to do 3 different things with my 3 characters. So let's go into first the benefits of having alternate characters. Well, the obvious one is you get 3 times the stuff. So if you have 3 characters, instead of gaining 20 LP per day on your character, you're actually gaining 60 LP per day across 3 characters because they're going to get 20 each. Likewise with your crafting focus, you're going to be getting 10,000 focus per character per day for a total of 30,000 a day. And instead of having 1 personal island, you have the option to have up to 3. So the focus and the islands kind of pair together to mean that, yes, you've got 3 characters, but they're also making 3 times the money because you've got more focus and stuff like that. LP is a particularly interesting one, or learning points, because what I tend to find is I'll focus on one character's leveling for a little while. You know, I'll get in the mood to be like, right, I want to push my maces up on my second character. And a couple of weeks I'll be playing him and I'll be leveling him, I'll be playing him in GVGs, hardcore expeditions, whatever. And then 2 to 3 weeks later, I go to one of my other characters, and suddenly the character that I haven't played as much has got 700-800 learning points just sat there. And then when I want to level him, he's already built up those learning points and he can be power leveled. So by switching between the characters, not only can you have multiple builds so you can try more things, you've also got the opportunity to power level with those learning points. Another really important factor with Albion and alternate characters is the ability to relocate very, very quickly, or have your characters in different places, in fact. So for example, I have my main character and I'm off and I'm ganking with the boys in Mercia. We're out roaming, we're having a good time, and all of a sudden the guild chat lights up and says, guys, we're being attacked. We've got big problems in our territories, we need defenders ASAP. Well, me and the lads, we're locked to Mercia, so we can't travel to Anglia to defend our territories for 2 hours. But if I've got a character logged over in Anglia or just sat at the portal, in as little as 60 seconds to log out, I can then quickly jump off of one character, switch over to another, and I'm instantly in another location. It allows me to be in 3 different locations at the same time and quickly react in real time to stuff that's going on. So you can see I can suddenly jump over here and I'm in a completely different place and I'm ready to go. Now this is super important because when people are raiding your mages or diving your dungeons, or if a world boss spawns, you need to be able to react quickly. And portal locks are clunky and they prevent you from traveling fast between the continents. You would have to run on foot, which would, by the time you've run on foot across the 3 continents, you've probably missed whatever you were called for anyway. So that's a massive, massive benefit to having the 3 characters, is you can avoid lockouts, you can have them stationed in different places doing different things, and you can swap between them at will. Again, the way you build the 3 characters as well, because obviously one character can in theory do everything, so you don't need ults to try different builds. But as we said, all 3 characters will gain learning points. So if you spec your characters differently, it will be a lot quicker to level your ult, for example, who saved up his learning points, than it will be to try and get a second spec on your main in something completely different. That's why my 3 characters are in cloth, leather, and plate. So I can, I can get a taste of all of the play styles. We can see this guy, if Charhide was being attacked, I can quickly log on to this guy at Charhide. And back when we were fighting for the castles every day, I actually made a habit of keeping a character logged at Charhide with all his equipment and a battle mount at all times. So anytime Charhide was under attack, even if I wasn't actually playing Albion, somebody could just ping my phone and I knew I could log on and just be there straight away. That said, although different builds is nice, what I've noticed a lot of top players actually do is they'll make 3 characters, and those 3 characters will be an exact clone of each other, which isn't very interesting, but when they've mastered that class and they're considered one of the best on it, it makes sense to have 3 of the same character because of my next point that we're going to talk to, and that is GVG lockouts. So GVGs, or guild versus guild battles, are the 5v5 matches you can see taking place for control of the territories. If you want an example of these matches, you can go to the GVG playlist on my YouTube channel and see some of my battles. Now, when you take part in a battle, providing the enemy shows up and there's some sort of fight, you actually get locked to the location you fought at for 24 hours. So for example, if I was fighting at Charhide Steppe, I'm locked to Charhide Steppe, and I can only fight battles in Charhide or in the adjacent 2 towers. And that means my character's effectively out of action for 24 hours. But by having 3 characters, the other 2 characters aren't affected by the lock on the first. So you can effectively fight in 3 different places. And what this does is let guilds with a super powerful team, that team actually makes 3 teams because they've all got 3 characters. So suddenly one team can fight in 3 places and just control so much more territory. I mean, I'm knowing guys in this game that are actually on 6 or 7 GVG ready characters, which is a serious grind because they love GVGing and they want to do as much of it as possible. And being locked to 1 GVG every 24 hours just doesn't satisfy their needs, shall we say. So there's a lot of different pros to having ults and a lot of things you can do with it. And it's honestly, it's kind of nice when you get in a bit you just get fed up with playing the same character, casting the same spells. It's great to just be able to switch to another, like, pick a build. He's got loads of learning points just sat there, and you can just power level so quick. Obviously, though, we can't have the pros without the cons as well. So there are some downsides to the ult system. Obviously, if you have 3 characters, yes, you get 3 times the LP, 3 times the focus, and you can get 3 islands. But unfortunately, you're also going to need 3 times the premium. So you are going to need 3 premium subscriptions. That said, I would advise that if you follow the silver making tips in our silver guide and you're proficient with using your focus and your islands efficiently, then maintaining 3 premium characters with 3 islands is the same as maintaining 1 premium character with 1 island. And in fact, if you have 1 character maintaining all 3 islands, they will actually gain specialization quicker and actually be more efficient quicker than they would than if you had the 1 character. But you do have to bear in mind that, you know, this week I'm actually trying to put together 25 million silver so I can get 6 months on all of my characters. Another con to having the ults is the messy permission. So you're going to want to share an island between all of your characters, and they're going to want to share chests to transfer stuff between each other, and you have to manually set up the positions for every single character on all of your chests, and it is tedious and time consuming. Not to mention when you go out to the various towers around the world where you can store things, your characters don't share the storage. So having 3 characters with items all over the world can get super messy. In fact, there was an instance recently where I'd lost a battle mount, which was worth about 160 million silver, and my live stream audience found it very hilarious that it took me around 8 hours searching all of the towers and looking through old videos to try and remember where I'd put this battle mount. Luckily, I did actually find it, and it was located safe and sound. So there are a couple of downsides to it. The organization can be a bit of a pain for 3 characters, and that's from somebody who has 3 characters. Now, the final thing we're going to answer is a lot of people say, should I get ults in this game? And to be honest with you, that is a question that only you can answer. Now, when you play an MMO, you need to think to yourself, are you the sort of person that when you start a new game, you go all in? Now, that is what I am like. When I start a new game and I start getting into a game, the second I finish my first play session and I'm not playing anymore, you can bet I'm on Twitch, looking at like the top streamers, seeing what they do. I'm on YouTube, I'm looking at videos and guides. I'm on Wiki, I'm on the forums. The second I get into a game, I go hard on a game. I want to absorb all of that knowledge. I want to know as much about the game as possible and get as proficient as possible. If that sounds like you, then 100% you should get 3 characters as soon as you can. Get premium on them as soon as you can. And just, even if you don't play the other 2, just have them sitting there building up learning points. Trust me, you will not regret it later on. Make sure you use their crafting focus though, because that is effectively free money. If you're a bit more casual, you know, and if you're likely to be playing Albion 10 hours or under per week, then you probably don't need ults. In all honesty, you could have maybe 1 ult. You could maybe just have them sitting there gaining LP. Once you've made enough silver, just having them premiumed up is pretty trivial. 1.8 million silver a month is not a lot, to be honest with you. So you could do it if you wanted to, but you really won't reap the benefits. If you're in an open world like Outlands Guild, if you're thinking about GVGing, if you like to mess around with different builds, stuff like that, if you want to take up a lot of different gathering professions, if you're going to go hard on the game, definitely get ults. If you're a more casual player, don't worry about it too much. Maybe create 1 if you've got plenty of silver to spare. Just see how it goes. And that's all there is to it, really. Only you can decide if ult characters are right for you. But hopefully the information I've given you here today will help you guys make a decision. All right, thanks so much for watching, guys. If you did like and subscribe to the channel, that would be absolutely amazing. And you can always leave a comment below with your thoughts on the video or any things you want to put forward for future video ideas. Cheers, guys. Bye-bye. Welcome everybody, it's Lupac here with another Albion Online tutorial video, and today I'm going to teach you guys 5 simple ways that any player in the game can make some good silver. Now, the reason this video came about is one of the main things people are asking me on my live stream or when they message me. They're saying, how do I make, what's the best way to make silver? How do I make loads of silver? And every player has a different thought behind this. You know, you ask 10 players, you'll almost get 10 different answers. But what I wanted to do is actually present some universal ideas that can be done not by specialists who are like, spend hours and hours leveling to a max gathering to make loads of money gathering. I want to give you 5 ways that any players can make money. So let's get straight into it. The first thing I'm going to talk about is my personal favorite way to kill a bit of time, make a bit of money, and have some fun. And that is pup farming. Now, pup farming means killing certain mobs in the open world in the hopes of getting very valuable and very rare pups, which can then be bred into mounts and can breed more pups and are very prized by exotic animal dealers. The main pups I like to farm are direwolf pups, which are a tier 6 mob. You can find those in any forest with tier 6 and above mobs. They're all over there. Another option to farm for pups is lizards. Now, lizard cubs, or lizard pups rather, are worth quite a bit less than direwolves, but they can be found in tier 5 and up zones, and they're probably a lot less contested than direwolves because you will often run into other pup farmers when you're out in the woods looking for those direwolf pups. One of the advantages of pup farming is you actually gain fame while you're doing it. The pups in the black zone are worth between 440, 480-ish fame, around that mark. They also have a chance to drop tomes as well as pups, so you will be leveling your combat gear while you're doing it. There are other mounts available. There are rarer mounts such as the dire boar, the dire bear, or the mammoth, but we don't factor those in when we talk about pup farming because they don't spawn quick enough to readily farm. So if you see one, for sure kill it, but there isn't enough of them to farm. When you're doing mass farming, you want to be farming direwolf pups. That's the ideal one for me. Currently on the market, direwolf pups are going between 650,000 silver to up to 800,000 silver, depending on the market each day, and that's per pup. So, 3 to 4 pups will easily cover a month of premium on your character as well. Stags are another droppable mount that we talk about when pup farming, but stags generally are too cheap. They're not as effective for farming because they're just not worth as much money. So I tend to avoid those, but they do exist. Any tier 4 bucks have a chance to drop their pup, so you can take those into consideration. And a little bonus when you are pup farming is if you do happen to be able to skin tier 6 mounts, then a bonus for you, you'll be able to skin the direwolves and make a lot of extra profit off of their leather. Next up on our list of money-making activities is what I like to call treasure hunting. Now, this is a very, very fun way to make some money because it gets you out in the open world, roaming tile to tile, and you honestly never know what you're going to encounter, whether it's other players, rare loot. Excitement can be around every corner, and that is the beauty of an open world sandbox environment. First thing you're going to need when you set off treasure hunting is a nice fast mount. The quicker you can move tile to tile, the more you can make, and you'll also be able to escape anybody who's out there trying to kill you while you are hunting for treasure. You're also gonna want a nice big bag, lots of capacity, because the more you can carry, the more you can make in one single run. Once you get out, choose any of the zones. It doesn't actually matter whether you go to Anglia, Mercia, Cumbria, or even the Royal Continent for treasure hunting, as long as you're going to the right places. We're looking for a variety of things out in the open world, the first of which is going to be hidden treasures. Now, these are disguised loot boxes around the world. Each biome has a different theme, and there's an associated treasure with it. So the hidden treasures in the forest will look like an old stump. In the steppes map, they'll look like a rock, and so on and so forth. What you need to do is break these open and you'll get a nice loot roll. The main focus of the loot roll is treasures, which can be cashed in at various cities. You're probably just going to want to head back and sell them all at Carlion though, unless you're looking to do some merchanting, which we'll describe later. Hidden treasures also have a chance to drop other loot as well. You can find even tomes of insight, rare pieces of gear and all sorts, so you never know what you're going to get. Because of the weight of the treasure, I generally recommend only picking up the tier 5 and 6 treasures, which are worth 25,000 and 5,000 silver apiece respectively. The tier 4 treasures, which are the most common, are worth only 1,000 silver, and they do weigh a fair bit, so they're honestly not worth the bag space unless you're very, very close to the portal. Another thing to look for when out treasure hunting are treasure chests. Now these are a lot more obvious. They just look like a little chest on the ground. They're often guarded by mob camps as well, but they're definitely worth clearing to. If you can grab the treasure inside, break open the chest, and you'll get a nice chunk of silver, as well as runes, souls, and the occasional rare item. Finally, if you happen to be running through a zone with a silver zone or a relic locker, you should definitely stop by. The silver zones are full of little piles of treasure that you can pick up. However, the piles on the floor and the small urns actually give very little silver. What we're looking for when we go to a silver zone are the desecrated urns or the cursed urns. You will fight these, and as you're destroying them, a demon will spawn or an apparition. You'll need to defeat this, and this will drop a nice chunk of silver as well as giving you a healthy amount of fame. On top of this, the silver zones or relic lockers have a chest in the center, which spawns every hour for most of them. If you happen to be in the zone on the hour, definitely try and grab the chest if you can. Sometimes the loot is absolute junk, and sometimes you could come out a few million richer if you're really, really lucky. Just be warned though, relic lockers are visible to everybody on the map, and you'll quite often have to fight people if you want to take the treasure. Next up on our list of money makers is focus refining. Now this is not quite as exciting as pup farming or treasure hunting, but it's definitely a very, very solid way to make money. Now the premise of this is each of your characters will be getting 10,000 crafting focus per day because they all have premium. If they don't have premium, you should be immediately working towards getting premium on your characters. What we do here is we use our crafting focus to refine rare resources with a good resource return, and then we sell it off at a profit because we've made so much of it. What you'll need to do is first unlock tier 4 refining in any of the refining categories other than stone. You are going to need a bit of silver to get going with this initially, but once you're up and running, not only will it get more efficient with time as your skill increases, but you'll have more money in order to buy more stuff. So we're going to shop for 0.3 resources or 0.2 once the profit margins go down. We're going to look for the raw resources, and also you will need to pick up some tier 3 refined resources to refine your tier 4. Then you're going to look for a Carlion workstation. It has to be Carlion, not your personal island, because you need the resource return to make a profit. We're going to look for a station with a nice low cost to use. If possible, a guild one is even better. If your guild happens to have a city plot, refining in your city plot is the best thing you can do, but does involve a bit of traveling. Once you've selected your crafting station, you want to go there, you want to activate crafting focus for your craft and produce as much of the resource as you can in its refined state. Then you can head back to the market, check the average prices of your produced good and sell it on for a handsome profit. Now, the reason you make so much money is because using crafting focus gives you a lot of the raw resources back. In Carlion, you'll actually be receiving 45% of the resources back. And this means that as long as you have focus, you can make more money. The great thing is as well with focus refining, you can only do as much as you have focus. So it's not 24/7 you're going to be sat at the refiner. You only need to go once every 3 days when you cap out at 30k focus. And as your skill increases in refining, you're going to be actually making more and more profit because your focus costs will go down, your efficiency will be better, and you'll be able to refine more resources with the same focus. And as you increase in level, don't be afraid, if you've got a bit of money behind you, to do some focus refining on more rare stuff. 6.3, 7.3, even 8.3. If you have the money to invest, you can make a hell of a profit. Number 4 on our money making list is merchant running. Now, this is something that was hugely popular at the start of the game, when the royal cities were heavily populated as well as Carlion. The game has changed a little bit since then, and we're going to talk about that, but first I'll go over the basic premise. Now, merchant running is as simple as taking something that is cheap in one city and running it to a city where it's less cheap. Now, this was very, very popular when the royal cities were so busy, but now they're a lot quieter. It's kind of evolved into something different. Merchant running in a basic form is as simple as going to the Carlion auction house or any of the city auction houses and buying up all of the treasures, which we mentioned earlier in the treasure hunting section, buying up all of the treasures that are destined for a different city. Now, people will generally sell them under the turn-in rate because they're just looking to sell them quickly. And if you're smart, you can actually set up buy orders for these and stock up over time. You then need to run them to the destination city and turn them in to make your profit. Obviously, the more you can carry, the more money you can make. So weight equals profit when it comes to merchant running. You'll see merchants use mammoths, tier 8 oxes, anything they can to maximize their value per run. But just be wary, the slower the mount you're on, the more chance you have if you get caught of going down. There will be gankers out there. You are going to have to run through some unsafe zones on occasion. So take care when transporting your goods. You will need some money behind you to get started. I advise having sort of 2 to 3 million stashed to you to create buy orders for treasures and then load up on the treasures. Obviously the tier 6 and 5 are the most desirable, but if you can't find any more of those, you can always use your excess weight on tier 4 because it's if you've got the weight capacity, it's better to take some tier 4 as well than just to take nothing. Coming up in the Merlin patch, however, is a complete rejig of the royal systems, which is going to make them much more desirable and much more active. Now, this is where advanced merchants come in. Advanced merchants don't worry about treasures. They go city to city, and they will actually make massive spreadsheets, do insane maths, trying to work out what sells the best where. Each of the royal cities is going to have a resource of focus, and specialist goods are going to be coming out of them. So, for example, Bridgewatch will be the place to go for leather, and it's going to be absolutely flooded with leather from all the gatherers. So, realistically, you could run huge amounts of cheap leather from Bridgewatch, make the journey over to Carlion and sell it at a profit. Especially desirable will be items as well, crafted in Bridgewatch, because post Merlin they're going to have special stats and bonuses because they were crafted in the Leather City. Advanced merchanting is not for the faint of heart though. You will need to be absolutely perfect with your buy orders, your sell orders, and really keep track of what you're moving to where and what the average prices are. Finally, on our money-making list is gathering rare resources. Now, a lot of people think, when they think of gathering, they think, oh, you have to get to tier 7 and beyond to make good money gathering. You need to be getting the best stuff, otherwise it's not even worth it, so on and so forth. And they just look to power level as quick as possible. But this is entirely not true. There is a solid market and a consistent demand for tier 4 and 5 rare resources, especially in the 0.2 and 0.3. Now, the way we do this is going to Mercia. So just to pre-warn you, you will be going into full loot PvP zones and you can be killed at any time. So stay on your toes. But all you need, realistically, is tier 4 gathering, which is very, very attainable by any player in any discipline. So you're going to get your tier 4 gathering gear. You're going to head out to the Carlion portal and you're going to look around Mercia. You want to find the tile that is the portal tile, so it's nice and close to Carlion, and you want to find the tile where the primary resource is the resource you're looking to gather. Get out there, gather as much rare material as you can, generally focusing on point 2 and point 3 wherever possible, but don't be afraid to fill up on point 1 as well just to keep your profit margins up. Completely ignore any flat resources in Mercia. Mercia has a very, very high rate of enchantment, so you're only looking for enchanted materials. Because of this, this does not apply to stone. If you want to gather stone, do it anywhere safer than Mercia. Gather as much rare stuff as you can, head to Carlion, and then sell it for a tidy profit. It's as simple as that. However, if we remember back to the focus refining section of this video, you can actually combine these two activities. Head out to Mercia, gather your rares, then bring them back and use your focus to refine them and make large quantities of refined resources without actually having to buy the raw materials. This way you can maximize your profit from both activities, use up all your crafting focus, and keep your characters silver rich for as long as you like. Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, and comment below if there's any other...
Uh-oh. I don't.
Welcome everyone, it's Lupac here with another beginner's guide tutorial video for Albion Online. Today we're going to talk through 8 essential tips for new players. Now this video aims to give you some particular pointers on various things that mean that when you're going through the early days of your Albion life and just making your way through the world, these are little tips that will help you not waste your time or be inefficient or do things that will later on impact your character in the long run. The first tip we have for you is to make sure your character always has premium activated. Premium subscription lets you advance your character much quicker than if you didn't have it, as well as giving you 20 learning points and 10,000 crafting focus per day. If you're paying real money for your premium subscription, you don't need to worry about this because it will be automatic. If you're trying to stay free to play in Albion Online, then your first month of playtime after you create your character, one of your main goals should be to make sure you have enough silver for premium next month. If you're looking for some ways to make silver on your character, you can refer to our 5 easy ways to make silver video in the beginner's tutorial guide series. Tip number 2 is always build your island at Carlion for your characters. Carlion is currently the central hub in the game for pretty much everything. It's the gateway to the Outlands. It's central in the Royal Continent, and it's surrounded by the best resources and dungeons you'll find in the Royal Continent. So pretty much everybody, once they reach a certain level, is living out of the game. Therefore, building your island on one of the outer cities in the Royal Continent will kind of make you regret it later and wish you had it at Carlion. And if you want to move it, you will have to deconstruct your island in order to move to Carlion. You're going to be spending a lot of time here, so it makes a lot of sense to have your island here. Just as a side note though, the upcoming Merlin patch may change the economy of the outer royal cities due to the way that resources are going to be distributed to them. So this might actually change after the patch, and maybe if you're focusing on one specific resource, you will in fact want to be in the royal outer cities. But for now though, Carlion is the only place to be when it comes to your personal island. Tip number 3 also relates to personal islands, and this is do not build any crafting or refining stations on your personal island to use. Now this tip seems kind of counterintuitive because who wouldn't want their own personal refiner or crafting station on their island? The problem is currently the resource return rate for personal islands is a big fat 0. Whereas if you craft or refine at one of the player-owned plots in a city, you'll find that actually they offer a base resource return rate of 15%. Another side note is crafting stations do need feeding and repairing to keep them up and running. If you're using a crafting station in town, then the feeding and repairing is the responsibility of the owner. Your own ones on your island will need to be done by you, further increasing the cost gap when you use them. Although you will have to pay a silver cost to use a public crafting station, the fact that you get 15% of your resources back when you use it will mean that the cost effectiveness always remains in favor of the crafter versus using their island. Tip number 4 is for the crafters out there. When you're making the cheaper items for leveling up, rather than sell them for a pitiful amount of silver or salvage them for a small amount of resources, remember to study those items. This will destroy the items you've crafted, but grant you double the fame that it cost you to actually make them. This way you can power level your crafting even quicker, and really you wouldn't have made much silver selling those items anyway, so it really helps boost you, especially in the earlier levels when you're trying to get to the next tier to stay self-sufficient. Tip number 5 is spend your learning points very wisely. LP or learning points are acquired over time by premium characters. You start with 350 and you gain 20 a day. They should only be spent on certain things. For a more in-depth look at learning points, you can check out the learning point video coming to the beginner's guide very soon. But for now, the rule of thumb for learning points is you should only spend them on leveling your gathering tool to the next tier up, or the specialization, the outer ring of the combat line, with a particular focus on artifact items before mainline items. Tip number 6 refers to the crafting focus that you gain. When you have a premium account, you're getting 10,000 crafting focus per day. And the tip is to make sure you're always spending your crafting focus. Never ever let it max out at 30k. Using crafting focus on any activity basically makes the activity more efficient. So whether you're farming, breeding animals, refining, crafting, studying, it doesn't matter. It will increase your efficiency, give you better returns, or give you better resources back for doing it. And crafting focus is essentially free money. For a new character, this is especially important because you need to maximize profits in order to maintain your premium when you're new to the game. It honestly doesn't matter too much what you use the focus on. Some activities are better than others. I actually recommend focus refining rare materials to make money to start with for a character, but the main thing is you are using it and not letting it go to
Shall I fix or break that?
Buying or selling? My pleasure.
Okay. Nice.
Good day. Beats mounting? Yeah. If I
어떤 깜빡이네요.
All right. Okay. Back and forth. Sawing. Leaving.
Ready to cut stone? Sure. Rocks to blocks. Got it. Yep. Done. Sure. Rocks to blocks. Got it. Yep. Done. Rocks to blocks. Got it. Yep. Sure. That's it. Put your money offshore.
Động là
Welcome to my cuisine.
simple fish bake, fish.
Let's cook again. Looking for safe passage? Get on.
Các bạn coi.
Honest prices.
And stuff.
deal.
Broke your stuff again.
Yeah.
You know where to find me.
Crafting.
At your service. Outstanding.
Beautiful. အဲ့တော့alt လေးတွေသွားလုပ်ဖို့ဟောဟိုနေ LP နဲ့ဟိုနေနဲ့ရထားဖို့တရက်နောက်ကြလဲတရက်နောက်ဆိုတော့အထိတ်တာပါ all god great character ဒီလေးပဲဖုံးတာလေ X โอ้ตะลงปูแล้วโอ้ตะลงเยอะไม่ยากละเปล่าเนอะ โอเคดูลูกไม่อยากละตีเดี๋ยวจะมาบางอย่างဖြစ်မှာဆိုတော့ဘယ်လိုလုပ်ရင်ကောင်းလဲကောင်းတယ်ခုနကတော့ဟော သူချိုးတော့ရုပ်ဆိုးတော့ဈေးတယ်တော့ဈေးတယ်ပေးလိုက်ရင်ကောင်းမှာစိတ်ဝိုက်ဒီဈေးတယ်ဘယ်လိုကောင်းလဲဈေးအေးပုံတယ် 爸爸。哎，Crusader range 得到吗？好嘞。啊，东港破。
Another survivor. Let's get this done. You're doing great. You can do this.
あるあめ。
Good, good. You're my right hand.
At your service. Sure. Lovely day. Happy to help.
Need a hand? So far, so good. I need your help.
craft 啊，第一個死地啊 crafter。哦咕嚕 craft crafter 都有睇。
You killed those heretics? Bloody good work. Want a trade? Come again.
yourself well, friend. You can call me Silas.
Only the highest quality. Very well. Yes. Certainly.
Back already? On to the next task. Well done. Trust in Tia. Her plans
All right.
always work. got this. You've done this before, haven't you?
Excuse me? My back hurts.
Excuse the smell.
I saw wood.
Fiber to fabric. Fiber.
What's broken? Good as you. Stay focused. You know where to find me.
She floats again. The tides have turned.
Còn nếu mà
What do you got? What do you got?
သူ့ကိုဘာနဲ့တွားရင်ကောင်းမလဲအော်
That's what I'm talking about. Come back when you're ready.
Need something?
Come back, if you make it.
If all else fails, throw your book.
It's your decision.
Hunter or hunted? You make an excellent target. Just kidding.
Oh, where people?
Ready for the wild? Of course. Let's get to work. Help yourself. On the hunt?
Put it there. Take care.
You planning something?
Swords and armor. Stay alive.
Elements on a stick.
Daddy.
You are what you wear. Let's show 'em what we got.
one. At your service. Finest tools. Careful now.
Yeah?
I have lots to trade. Stay honest. Have a look. My pleasure.
他刚都跳槽。 ก็สั่งเขา
Albion is waiting.
Ahoy! Aye, aye! Let me guess. You need me to fix that. See you soon.
Only the highest quality. Stay civilized.
Need something?
Want to bend the laws of physics? Don't stand in the fire.
Greetings. Broke your stuff again.
Bobby. Pascatku. Oh.
Don't be shy. Made a profit? Honest prices.
Oh yeah, Uncle.
Come again.
Apakah ပတ်စံများများရချင်တော့ပေါက်ကဘယ်တော့ရင်း Oh, fuck.ကျွန်တော်အိမ်မှာ click.
Local goods.
Okay, so and the no need. That's it.
Deal.
Okay, Gil. Oh, that's everything. It's not Chinese. ဟုတ်မှာအားလဲအဲ့ကြောင့်ပေးဖယ်လိုက် Okay. For a team. Fight တွေကြာရှင် fight တွေဖြစ်
All
ဘာလို့ဘာစာကဟီဆော့တော့ online ဘာစာကဟီလာတယ်ဘာညာလုံးလုံးမရဘယ်လဲရစမ်းopen bomb guys. Die. Solo. OK ဆက်ပြီးပါ and dot. Well, not the spider boss hammer sword fight. Sword fight. Fencing သွားကြည့်လိုက် เป็นနေပြန်တော့လေ
Allez pas en bas, il y a du mob en bas. Ne descendez pas.
Ôi, nhá lại. Heavy mace.
Hey, what is up guys? It's Lupac back with another Albion Online video for you. Today we've got a bit of a strange one really. I didn't really plan this video as such. I just kind of had an absolutely insane day of hellgating with my boys and it all just clicked and I ended up going 100% win rate with a brand new tank build I've never used before and ended up making 16.4 million silver. So I kind of just wanted to share the video and share what happened with you, along with some clips and kind of show off because I'm really chuffed with how the day went. So after maintenance then, I decided to look for a Hellgate group as it's usually the best time to get into a strong group. I was using Marvin's room, private Hellgate Discord. I actually hooked up with Marvin and we found a few guys and put together a little group. I ended up in the tanking role and I was like, I just want to have some fun and do some silly stuff today. Now, a while back, I had messed around with the pole hammer because the pole hammer, for you guys who don't know, is probably one of the least popular hammers in the hammer tree, but it does have an insanely long stun on the ground shatter ability. And it is on quite a low cooldown. With an omelette, I think it's something like a 12.5 second cooldown on the E. So it did have a lot of potential, but it was very energy intensive and it just didn't feel that clean to use back in the day. However, since then, obviously, faction capes have been introduced to the game. So I have the Limhurst cape to provide me energy. And on top of that, there was a recent 0.5 meter width buff to the stun, which makes it a lot easier to connect. So I was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to try the pole hammer today and have a laugh. And for even more fun, I'm going to pick the Dread-Laden Fighting passive, which for every 4 auto attacks gives you a 2-second 50% buff to CC duration. Now this is absolutely huge amount of CC duration, more than a fully charged soldier's armor, I think, post nerf, and pretty much puts you at the CC cap if you're using the authority passives. I decided to throw in a Demon Helm for the Silence CC, which again would be affected by Dread-Laden Fighting if you happen to have it active when you pop the Demon Helm onto someone. A Knight's Armor for Windwall for some more CC. And I mixed it up throughout the day. I spent half of the day using Royal Shoes for the evasive jump, hopefully to evade things like explosive shots from one-handed crossbows, heron spears, anything like that. And then the second half of the day, after Overcharge broke my Royal Shoes, I was using the Fiend Sandals with the position swap ability. So switching it up a little bit, both seemed good, and
What's going on, guys? guys? LA Cool J here. So I'm gonna talk about this build real fast. So we're here streaming, and I got the build pretty much mastered out now. I mean, I did try this thing out today. I don't know, man. I'm not really feeling it. Anyway. Ooh, shit. I'm a wild man. No time to talk. Anyway, alright, so. I'm telling you, this build is crazy, man. Like, every time I go into arenas, I had people, like, asking me about it when I'm done. They're like, oh, man, your team was terrible because I'm just pugging. Like, your team was terrible, but we literally lost because we couldn't keep you off the point, and you literally held us down, CC'd the whole time. And we were just, I mean, it's crazy. Like, people are asking me stuff all the time. I mean, but the best part of this build is the pig. Bro, look at the look at the way you ride on this pig, bros. Riding the pig. All right. Anyway, boys, I'm telling you. So we're still using the same thing here, man. I just gotta. I've upgraded a few things, so we're still using the scholar for the amazing energy shield. It's gonna block damage. I stay alive with this so much. We're still we switched to the guardian because the enfeebled aura is so good. Because like you slow everybody by 50% inside of it, and obviously take less damage. But I use it to like trap kills. So when somebody's at like about 25% health or something like that, I'll pop this and like and I'll slow them basically, so my DPS can take them out. And then of course, Frost Shield and Frostwalk. I'm sorry, Frostwalk is killing it, guys. It's killing it so much. Now the passives I'm using on here, I'm gonna use the efficiency to reduce the energy cost. Also on here, I'm gonna use this. So I'm also strike. We're gonna go with the slam, obviously. We're using Frostwalk, and I'm still using. We're still using. Using the taproot, boys. We're still using the pig, and I'm still using omelets instead of.
Anjika. Oh, benar betul mak. Yang ini. Apakah không rằng đâu. Yeah, look at that. My level 4. 爸爸骗。Hello. He's got move on him. cave. Cậu chuyện chơi đã mía rồi. Crafting. Yeah. No. Um. ยังไม่ชี้ดูแลฮัลโหลเอ๊ะ
Hey guys, what is up? It's Lupak here with another Albion Online video for you. And today I'm bringing you the continuation of the earlier Gatherer's Beginner Guide that I released recently. Today we've got the Ultimate Gatherer's Power Leveling Guide. This is fully updated for 2019 post-Oberon. Previous guides you might have seen on YouTube could be outdated with incorrect information. Enchant rates have been shifted around. for the earlier tiers. There's new aspect guardians. There's so much that you have to factor in now. This guide is kind of aimed at people that know what they're doing with gatherings. You need to have at least an understanding of the world and the terminology of Albion. If you're confused in any way, then go back to the Gatherer's Beginner's Guide and sort of get the basics under wraps. This is, you know, the absolute power leveling guide. This isn't about making money. You know, this isn't about generating resources. This is about leveling up to the maximum tier tool the absolute quickest you can. So, the only difference is with stone, you're not worried about the enchant rates. Other than that, you know, the other 4 gathering types all follow the same sort of pattern. So first things first, tier 1 to tier 3, you'll pretty much do during the tutorial. You should probably aim to get all of your gathering to at least tier 3 before you leave the tutorial areas with a new character anyway. So we assume that you're already tier 3. So first things first, from tier 3 to tier 5, you want to get the absolute biggest mount capacity you can, whether that's a mammoth or an ox, doesn't matter. The biggest you can get your hands on, and you want to head out to the Royal Zone hotspots for tier 4. So these can be found on the map in the various biomes. You'll see there's a little picture of the resource, and that is the hotspot. And quite simply,
Hotspot.
you want to head out there with plenty of pie. That is the found on the map in the various biomes. You'll see there's a little
Oh. Oh. You missed.
little picture of the resource, and that is the hotspot. And quite simply, you want to head out there with plenty of pies, and you want to gather absolutely everything you see. Even if you're tier 4, you're not worrying about enchanted stuff. You are just volume gathering everything in sight. If it's tier 2, 3, or 4, you gather it. It doesn't matter. It's all fame. Like the tier 2 and the tier 3 will gather quicker. So the fact that they give less fame than the tier 4 doesn't matter because you pick them up quicker. You should be able to carry everything on your mount. And honestly, like, if you get to max capacity and you're still not quite tier 5, then maybe just delete some stuff. It's honestly not even worth the trip to town if you're trying to power level. Just delete a stack and carry on gathering. So just brute force these zones. This should get you to tier 4 when you use learning points. Then you get 20% through tier 4. You use learning points to tier 5. At that point, you gather everything you've got from that zone, you head back to town, you sell it off or whatever, and you move on to the next stage of the plan. So, tier 5 to tier 6. The best way to do this is Aspect Guardians. It takes 3 full Aspect Guardians to go from tier 5 to tier 6. Just 3 of them, right? And you'll get to 20% through tier 5, which is when you can use learning points. You want to definitely be using learning points for every tool up to tier 6 at least. We'll talk a bit more about that in a bit. So the Aspect Guardians, if you've seen my solo kill guides and you're comfortable with that, you can solo these Aspect Guardians. Remember, because you're tier 5, you can only kill flat aspects. When you down one, it will take you approximately 20 minutes to clear a full aspect. At which point you want to run to town, dump off the resources, and go looking for another one. Tier 5 to tier 6 used to be the hardest part of leveling gathering. It used to be the absolute killer. And what people used to do was go to Mercia for the enchant rates and hang around the town plots of Mercia gathering 4 and 5 enchanted until they got to the tier 6 level. This is much, much quicker. This is absolutely insane. Like I've done it on a character. Getting lucky with the aspect locations and having guildies help me set them up. I've done to go from tier 5 to tier 6. Just 3 of them, right? And you'll get to 20% through tier 5, which is when you can use learning points. You want to definitely be using learning points for every tool up to tier 6 at least. We'll talk a bit more about that in a bit. So the Aspect Guardians, if you've seen my solo kill guides and you're comfortable with that, you can solo these Aspect Guardians. Remember, because you're tier 5, you can only kill flat aspects. When you down one, it will take you approximately 20 minutes to clear a full aspect. At which point you want to run to town, dump off the resources, and go looking for another one. Tier 5 to tier 6 used to be the hardest part of leveling gathering. It used to be the absolute killer. And what people used to do was go to Mercia for the enchant rates and hang around the town plots of Mercia gathering 4 and 5 enchanted until they got to the tier 6 level. This is much, much quicker. This is absolutely insane. Like I've done it on a character. Getting lucky with the aspect locations and having guildies help me set them up. I've done tier 5 to tier 6 with learning points in 2.5 hours, which is ridiculously fast. Now, you may struggle with soloing these, in which case you'll need guildies to help. One thing that might help you get this done even quicker is offer cash incentives for anybody that's able to find an aspect for you, and even more a bonus if they'll help you kill it if you're struggling with soloing. But with regarding the aspects themselves and the individual ones, go and check out my solo guides in the World Bosses playlist on this YouTube channel.
Find the game.
That will help you immensely with dealing with them. Also, the world bosses. The world bosses do need a group to take down, but if you can get in on a world boss at tier 5 and do some gathering on it, you will level insanely fast. Now remember, hitting an aspect guardian is the equivalent of clearing 100 tier 6 nodes all in a row, and it takes 1/5 of the time. The world bosses, each hit on the world boss is the equivalent of clearing 2 full nodes, right? So you're doing it 10 times faster without having to move. That's why these are the ultimate power leveling mechanic for gatherers. Now, if you absolutely cannot get aspects, if you absolutely cannot get world bosses for whatever reason, then what you want to do is you want to head to the red zones in the Royal Continent and look for the zones with the 40% tier 5 enchant rate. Then you want to run around those and just gather as much enchanted tier 5 as you can. This is a lot slower than aspects, but it's the quickest way to do it outside of aspects. And on top of that, doing the tier 5 enchant will make you a shed load of money. So we've done our aspects, or we've got our way to the LP to tier 6. And then from tier 6 onwards, it's pretty simple. I mean, from here, personally, I've not used any LP for leveling my tools. It's so fast now due to aspects, which we talked about earlier, enchants and world bosses, that I've gone tier 6 to 7 and 7 to 8 without using LP. If you want to accelerate yourself and you do have the LP available, you can use the LP to jump up a tool level. And once you hit tier 8, I would say it's okay to use LP for masteries, particularly in the hard ones like tier 8, 7, and 5. Outside of aspects and world bosses, you should be hanging around in the Outlands hotspots. These are the best places to go. The Mercia ones being the absolute best because of the higher enchant rates, but they're also the most dangerous. But you've got 2 sections of hotspots in Anglia, 1 in Cumbria, and 1 in Mercia, each comprised of 4 outer resource tiles and then the central boss tile, which also contains, high-level resources and a good enchant rate. A few rules as well. Tier 4, when you use learning points, then you get 20% through tier 4. You use learning points to tier 5. At that point, you...
Okay, so
gather everything you've got from that zone, you head back to town, you sell it off or whatever, and you move on to the next stage of the plan. So, tier 5 to tier 6. The best way to do this is aspect guardians. It takes 3 full aspect guardians to go from tier 5 to tier 6. Just 3 of them, right? And you'll get to 20% through tier 5, which is when you can use learning points. You want to definitely be using learning points for every tool up to tier 6 at least. We'll talk a bit more about that in a bit. So the Aspect Guardians, if you've seen my solo kill guides and you're comfortable with that, you can solo these Aspect Guardians. Remember, because you're tier 5, you can only kill flat aspects. When you down one, it will take you approximately 20 minutes to clear a full aspect, at which point you want to run to town, dump off the resources, and go looking for another one. Tier 5 to tier 6 used to be the hardest part of leveling gathering. It used to be the absolute killer. And what people used to do was go to Mercia for the enchant rates and hang around the town plots of Mercia gathering 4 and 5 enchanted until they got to the tier 6 level. This is much quicker. This is absolutely insane. Like I've done it on a character. Getting lucky with the aspect locations and having guildy
Answer is bad. Apple? Oh. 邊多埋嘅食。Cross.
Hello, dear. Yes, love. Weaving. Let me. Yes, love. Sure. Weaving. Yes, love. Of course. Weaving. Let me. Weaving. I'll be here.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Good luck.
Yeah? Rocks to blocks. Done. Yep. Rocks to blocks. Got it. Done. Yep. Rocks to blocks. Done. Yep. Sure. Rocks to blocks. Done. Yep. Got it. Rocks to blocks. Yep.
Got it. See ya.
อันนี้ต้องเจอโอ้โหได้อะไรนะ
Have a look.
Abby. No.
Satisfied? Want a trade? Stay honest. Welcome, friend. Got everything?
day. Outstanding.
Let's see. You we have here. You virtual farming turtle. You island got bridge. 这是 10%。Potato farmers. Different. Uncle Muscle. Okay. I think there's not all. Okay, that's
Welcome, traveler. Have fun walking. I can get you anywhere.
must lower this up, package cost. Determine this because of fees on it.
Hold tight.
Foxley.
Please help me set them up. I've done tier 5 to tier 6 with learning points in 2.5 hours, which is ridiculously fast. Now, you may struggle with soloing these, in which case you need guildies to help. One thing that might help you get this done even quicker is offer cash incentives for anybody that's able to find an aspect for you, and even more a bonus if they'll help you kill it if you're struggling with soloing. But with regarding the aspects themselves and the individual ones, go and check out my solo guides in the World Bosses playlist on this YouTube channel. That will help you immensely with dealing with them. Also the world bosses. The world bosses do need a group to take down, but if you can get in on a world boss at tier 5 and do some gathering on it, you will level insanely fast. Now remember, hitting an aspect guardian is the equivalent of clearing 100 tier 6 nodes all in a row, and it takes 1/5 of the time. The world bosses, each hit on the world boss is the equivalent of clearing 2 full nodes, right? So you're doing it 10 times faster without having to move. That's why these are the ultimate power leveling, mechanic for gatherers. Now, if you absolutely cannot get aspects and you absolutely cannot get world bosses for whatever reason, then what you want to do is you want to head to the red zones in the Royal Continent and look for the zones with the 40% tier 5 enchant rate. Then you want to run around those and just gather as much enchanted tier 5 as you can. This is a lot slower than aspects, but it's the quickest way to do it outside of aspects. And on top of that, doing the tier 5 enchant will make you a shed load of money. So we've done our aspects, or we've got our way to the LP to tier 6. And then from tier 6 onwards, it's pretty simple. I mean, from here, personally, I've not used any LP for leveling my tools. It's so fast now, due to aspects, which we talked about earlier, enchants and world bosses, that I've gone tier 6 to 7 and 7 to 8 without using LP. If you want to accelerate yourself and you do have the LP available, you can use the LP to jump up a tool level. And once you hit tier 8, I would say it's okay to use LP for masteries, particularly in the hard ones like tier 8, 7, and 5. Outside of aspects and world bosses, you should be hanging around in the Outlands hotspots. These are the best places to go. The Mercia ones being the absolute best because of the higher enchant rates, but they're also the most dangerous. But you've got 2 sections of hotspots in Anglia, 1 in Cumbria, and 1 in Mercia, each comprised of 4 outer resource tiles and then the central boss tile, which also contains, high-level resources and a good enchant rate. A few rules as well when you're power leveling your gathering. Never gather up, which was also in the beginner's guide, but it's worth saying again, the only exceptions to this are when you're tier 3, it's okay to gather tier 4, and when you're tier 5, it's okay to gather aspects and world bosses. Because they're so much quicker by default, the fact that you gather them slower doesn't matter, and in fact aspects are the way we go from 5 to 6. It is hands down the absolute best way. Always use your gathering gear whenever you can, and always gather with a pie, no matter how low your level is. Remember, if you are gathering up for aspects, you don't need gathering gear because it has no effect until you're tier 6. But always use a pie, and always use the speed boost ability on your chest. This is it's a longish cooldown, but every time you activate it, it boosts your gathering speed a little bit for a while, and especially at the higher level resources, which are slower, it's worth doing. So again, some of my top tips as well for the aspect stuff is be willing to shell out for the aspect locations. I was offering between 50 and 100k bounty for any aspect locations, and back before I was comfortable for soloing them, I was offering 50k to each person that would help me do them. Again, this guide is not about making money, it's about leveling as hard and fast as possible. So getting your guildies to help you just speeds the kills, particularly if the aspect location is very public. If it's in the middle of a crossroads or in a really obvious spot, you might not want to risk sort of 10 minutes of soloing and 20 minutes of gathering without a bit of alliance support. So that is basically my tips for power leveling gathering in 2019. It is honestly easier than ever because Oberon enhanced the XP rate from gathering in terms of leveling up to the next tool, but it still takes just as long to get the mastery. But this guide will have you to tier 8 in no time. My main character, which I turned into an aspect hunter, had pretty much no gathering. And through using this method, hunting aspects, learning to solo all 5 of the aspects, from pretty much no gathering skills, he's now tier 8 stone, tier 7, practically tier 8 ore. I'm a few 100k away from tier 7 fiber, and I've got tier 6 in wood and leather as well. So I'm tier 6 at least in all of the gathering professions using these methods, and I'm working on tier 8 in all of them, you know, as and when it takes my fancy. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this power leveling guide. Let me know your thoughts, and if you've got any tips and tricks for people down below in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you wouldn't mind, because it really does help the videos get more visibility on YouTube. And if you love the content, maybe consider becoming a subscriber on Patreon. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you soon.
Allora.
Hey, what is up guys? It's Lupac here, back with another Albion Online video for you. Today's video is going to show you the answer to something that a lot of people are asking me. What are some cheap, easy, but still powerful builds that, you know, new characters and new players can use? Because we're going to be having a ton of new people coming with the free-to-play launch. There's already a bunch of people either returning to the game or just starting up the game as well. And they might be, you know, they might be adjusting to a full loot MMO versus, you know, a game that they've come from, such as Elder Scrolls, WoW, whatever, where it's not a full loot MMO. And you know, there are some big differences to get used to, because in those games, you're mostly encouraged to wear your absolute best gear all the time and be as powerful as possible. But in Albion Online, because it's a full loot MMO, you have to get used to, you know, wearing stuff that you can afford to use and that you can afford to replace. Your bank should always have lots of sets of gear so that, you know, one death isn't the end of you financially. And this video is going to teach you some of my favorite, you know, there's some cheesy builds in there, there's some good solid builds, but it's going to teach you some of the best builds that you can use that will be cheap to replace, cheap to gear. You can even farm the materials yourself. Across all 6 builds, and a little bonus tip at the end, there is absolutely no artifact equipment. So everything is baseline equipment, no artifacts needed in the crafting of it. All you need is raw resources. Anyway, let's get on with the video and show you guys some builds. Number 1 then is a build that you are going to see a lot around Albion. It's a leather claw build that people tend to use for open world PvP if they're soloing, if they're running in a ganking group. It has a lot of uses, but one of the primary uses is sort of holding its own in solo PvP. So the main weapon for this is the claws. You've got this lovely dash ability on the W. Later on, when you're a lot higher level, you get access to some really cool abilities of claws. But for a new player in tier 4, you want to be using the dash as soon as possible, because mobility is king in the open world. You've got Sunder Armor on the Q, and then you've got this awesome disembowel ability which locks somebody down for 3 seconds and hits them 10 times. Like, it's a super good lockdown ability in the open world for turning a fight in your favor. We're coupling it with a Hunter's Hood, with the Retaliate ability, which will reflect damage back at the attacker and increase your own resistances. Then the Mercenary Jacket, which is every time you damage an enemy, you heal yourself for 40. Now this actually works with Reflect as well if you pop both together. So damage will be reflected, and each bit of reflection will then heal you for 40. So this is the great way to sustain. And in a lot of these builds, you are going to be seeing Soldier's Boots. Now Soldier's Boots are super popular, particularly in the open world. Simply because they have this Wanderlust ability. And Wanderlust is an ability you will see a lot, because it is the mobility ability on boots that will take you further than anything else in the game. Like, when measured up against any other mobility in the game, Wanderlust will take you further and faster than anything else, provided it doesn't get purged. That is the only weakness of Wanderlust, but it is still super good. You'll notice in the video as well, I was actually healing for 50 on the Merc Jacket because of the sort of the natural increase on healing abilities from leather. I believe that's coming from the healing cast bonus. Gives me a little bit of extra healing. So you don't always get the ability values in Albion, they're just the baseline value before modifiers. So anyone wondering why I was healing for 50, that's why. Also, obviously with Wanderlust, you're going to be using dash as much as possible, but this is a super mobile, really sustainable build that can honestly handle itself really good in 1v1s and is really good for dismounting. So build number 2 then is a build for all of you PvE tanks out there who want to get into the tanking side of the game. It's a cheap and cheerful tanking build that actually, even when scaled up, will carry you through to the end game as you increase your tier of gear. So it's based heavily around the plate armor, and it's a one-handed hammer build. And we really love the one-handed hammer build because it just offers so much CC with the Earth Shatter ability, good AoE threat generation, from the heavy cleave, and threatening strike is a threat ability. You'll also notice that all plate armor has access to protective instinct, which increases your threat generation by 300. So for PvE, this is a really good tanking build. So what you want to be doing generally is aggroing the mobs with your body or a poison potion, bringing them all together for tanking, and then you want to hit them with the heavy slam, which would generate a good amount of threat. Now, until you've done this, your guys do not want to be starting their DPS until you've hit the heavy slam to generate some aggro. You then have access to your threatening strike on the Q ability. I'm just going to duel my partner here so I can show you some of the abilities. You've got Threatening Strike, which is kind of your spammable Q ability, which does a little bit of damage on a 3-second cooldown, but the main thing is it generates threat. It won't do too much to Wee Wee here because she's a player, but against mobs, you want to be spamming that. And then every time you've got it off cooldown, you've got this Earth Shatter ability, which will stun the mobs. And this is super important because anytime they're stunned, they're not doing damage to you or your party. A Heavy Slam, which would generate a good amount of threat. Now, until you've done this, your guys do not want to be starting their DPS until you've hit the Heavy Slam to generate some aggro. You then have access to your Threatening Strike on the Q ability. I'm just going to duel my partner here so I can show you some of the abilities. You've got Threatening Strike, which is kind of your spammable Q ability, which does a little bit of damage on a 3-second cooldown, but the main thing is it generates threat. It won't do too much to Wee Wee here because she's a player, but against mobs, you want to be spamming that. And then every time you've got it off cooldown, you've got this Earth Shatter ability, which will stun the mobs. And this is super important because anytime they're stunned, they're not doing damage to you or your party. And it is this AoE stun which makes it such a good tanking build. So from head to toe, we have the Soldier's Helmet as well, which has the Block ability. Block is a full immunity for 2 seconds. When activated, you can still move while casting it, so it keeps you mobile, but it will stop anything hitting you. So no damage and no crowd control effects will hurt you. You can't be stunned, you can't be damaged, nothing. So it's really like your sort of emergency. If you haven't dodged an AoE or something big's about to hit you, you can pop your block and you'll be just fine. For the chest piece, you do have access to the taunt ability, which is a hard taunt. So if you lose aggro, you can taunt the mob back to you. It'll instantly generate a large amount of threat, and it also increases the chance that nearby mobs will attack you as well. So it's really good for managing aggro. But once you get good and your party's disciplined at managing aggro, I honestly recommend switching to the Enfeeble Aura. And the Enfeeble Aura is an activated AoE that lasts for 5 seconds in 7-meter radius, and what it does is reduce the damage output of all your enemies by 60%, which is a huge amount, and slows them by 15%. So if you've got a big rowdy pull or an enraged boss or something like that, Enfeeble Aura will really drop their damage for quite a while, to be honest, and get the fight under control, let your healer catch up with healing you, and keep you alive through the toughest of fights. Again, Taunt is a very good chest ability, and I do recommend starting with Taunt, but once you're a bit more comfortable with holding aggro, and if you trust your group, I would say that Enfeeble Aura is the superior tanking skill. Except, of course, there's certain bosses and certain mobs which have an aggro reset mechanic, and then you definitely do want Taunt. Finally, for boots, we're using the Night Boots. Now, a lot of tanks like different things, but I personally love the Night Boots. What they do is you dash to a target, it can be an enemy or a friend, and upon arrival, you apply a shield to yourself, which absorbs damage, and the shield is also applied to any party members or allies in the vicinity. So you can dash to an ally and give yourself and them a shield. If your party is clumped up, everybody gets a shield, and it's very useful in a variety of situations. The reason I love this the most, though, is because it's one of the few boot abilities that actually generates threat. Using this ability, and the more shields you create, will generate threat as if you were a healer. So it follows a similar sort of mechanic, And so it's absolutely great for a tank. Say I'm tanking Wee Wee here, say that Wee Wee's a boss, I could just activate it, and because I'm already next to her, I don't dash, and it just gives me a shield which will absorb the next 1 or 2 hits. In terms of hammer passives, you're probably going to want to use energetic as soon as you got it unlocked to keep your energy management up, but it's super solid as a tanking build. Now, transitioning to PvP, there's a lot of PvE in this game where you could also get into PvP. The build, I'm pretty happy with it in terms of low-level PvP. I think it will hold its own. You may want to switch to run from shield charge in order to get better positioning, and the Great Hammer is probably slightly superior to the one-hand hammer for PvP, and because the build is so cheap, it doesn't hurt to have a Great Hammer in your backpack. But in terms of PvP, you'll still get decent value out of the one-hand hammer. You can get into the middle of your enemies and stun them with Earth Shatter. You could try and heavy cleave them, but you might want to change to the slowing charge instead. But it can still hold its own. For the offhand, I'm using the basic shield, which offers a little bit of CC resistance, a little bit of defense, and also increases your threat generation, as do most shields. But although I said there's no artifacts whatsoever in this build, the sarcophagus, I would say, is slightly better and is still super, super cheap. So once you get a little bit more of a bankroll, feel free to switch to the sarcophagus. But for the purposes of this build, keeping it all non-artifact gear, hammer and shield is absolutely fine. And we love these one-handers for tanking because we can get the shield for additional threat generation. So that is my, my cheap one-handed hammer build. Build number 3 is another strong solo build that can be used in the open world. It's pretty good for soloing mobs. It's pretty hard to kill for 1 ganker. Even 2 gankers without the right builds will struggle to bring you down when using this build. It's really good at self-sustaining, annoying to catch, full of little resistance tricks. So this build is based around the Great Nature Staff. Now this is the two-handed variant of the base Nature Staff. You've also got the Wild Staff, but the reason we love the Great Nature is this Living Armor ability. So first up, we've got Rejuvenation on the Q, which, like all the Nature Staffs, is a stackable healing ability that goes up to 3 stacks, and once you've got 3 stacks, you will heal for a bit more. You've also got the Thorns on the Nature Staff. You've also got the Wild Staff. So this build is based around the Great Nature Staff. Now this is the two-handed variant of the base Nature Staff. You've also got the Wild Staff, but the reason we love the Great Nature is this Living Armor ability. So first up, we've got Rejuvenation on the Q, which, like all the Nature Staffs, is a stackable healing ability that goes up to 3 stacks, and once you've got 3 stacks, you will heal for a bit more. You've also got the Thorns on the W ability, which is your primary damage dealer as a solo. So you intermittently, while stacking heals, you want to be dealing damage with the Thorns. And just the fact that you can self-heal and put out damage over time is what makes this build so good in a 1v1 or a 1v2 situation, because you can keep yourself alive while chipping against the enemies. And if they don't have access to proper healing spells, you should eventually out-sustain them. Then the big game changer for this staff really is this Living Armor ability. So Living Armor, when you cast it, will put a shield around you, and every time you're attacked, it will actually heal you. So Living Armor is just a really great sustain ability that increases your resistances so you take less damage. But against people that use things, you know, poison abilities, damage over times, or small, fast attacks, you know, such as claws or daggers, the Living Armor will just heal you for so much. You'll get such insane value. Now, in the head slot, my personal choice is the Scholar's Cowl. And the reason I like the Scholar's Cowl so much is the Energy Shield ability. It gives you even more physical resistance. 97 physical resistance is a lot of physical resistance. And 25 magic resistance is nothing to be sniffed at. But the main thing is, again, when you're being attacked, the Scholar's Cowl will regain you energy. So you basically, with this build, you basically have the potential to keep yourself alive an infinite amount of time. You can heal yourself. You can cause you to heal yourself while taking damage. And on top of that, you have the Scholar's Cowl Energy Shield to help you regain your mana. For the chest piece, I actually have two preferred options on here. For the most healing and damage output, you can go the Cleric Robe, which gives you this Everlasting Spirit and Vulnerability ability. But just to be more mid-range, more versatile, I really like the Assassin's Jacket. And what that does is like gives you this invisibility ability. So you can give yourself 3 stacks of healing, then you can go invisible. So while you're invisible, you're still receiving healing, but you can also reposition. And often that reposition is enough for you to be able to get your shield up and get the living armor off, and they're not going to be interrupting it. Because living armor does have a cast time of 1 second, so is vulnerable to being interrupted. And if they do have something that can interrupt it, such as this broadsword here, you want to sort of be as hard to catch and as sneaky as possible. You either want to wait till they don't have the interrupt, or stealth and then try and catch them off guard. For boots, once again, Wanderlust because of its superior movement, so soldier's boots, and this just makes it a very versatile, one of the most sustainable builds in the open world, and every solo ganker hates running into this build because it is a pain in the ass to take down. Build number 4 on our list today is what I like to call the full soldier, or the soldier's build. As you can guess, it's fully based around the soldier's armor, and for PvP I actually use all 3 soldier's armor pieces. The weapon of choice here is the halberd. Now the halberd from the axe line is a 2-handed axe, and it just offers insane value even with very, very cheap armor builds. So for the most part we're using the rending swing, which is an AoE swing that will apply a bleed debuff on the enemy, which not only will bleed them out, but it will reduce their healing as well. So it's really, really good in a PvP fight. It's also very, very good in most sort of PvE situations. It offers good damage output, and you're able to AoE stack mobs. The second ability, you've got a few. Later on, you get internal bleeding on the halberd, but one of the best armor pierces in the game, or armor reductions, is this deadly chop. After a short wind-up, you hit the target for a moderate amount of damage, but you do a seriously large armor resistance. 44 base on the tier 4 halberd, and it scales up with IP as you get more powerful as well, and that will just amplify all of your abilities. The final ability is Rending Swing, which again, focusing on AoE, is an instant cast AoE ability, but it does have a special effect as well. So not only will it do a big chunk of damage in an AoE, basically if one enemy in range has bleeding stacks, it will spread. All enemies in range will receive that bleed. So it's a really good way, like once the enemies clump up, you hit them with Tear Apart, and it can do some crazy follow-up damage in terms of bleeds. And this is why, when paired with the Soldier's Armor Fury, it just offers insane value on a very cheap build in PvP fights. In the head slot, at the moment, I'm using the Scholar's Cowl because you can actually run into energy problems with this build. It is known that you do tend to be quite energy intensive. You can use a Limhurst cape, but for energy regain on this build. But honestly, because the faction capes are generally so expensive, the cheapest faction cape costs more than any of these whole builds. I'm not really going into capes during this video. I'll let you decide if you want a faction cape or just a basic cape and what one you want. Same with food and pots. It's down to personal preference and what activity you're actually doing. I'm just giving you the base builds. The main focus of this build, of course, is the soldier's armor. So this Fury ability, when activated, gives you stacks every time you take damage. And you'll see here, the more damage you take, the more damage you put out. So suddenly your bleeds are hitting even harder. You can use the resistance from the Scholar's Cowl to actually buff up your resistance, so you take less damage while dealing more because of Fury. But this is really what ties it all together. When you've got a big clump of enemies or you've got some bleeds on you, you pop your Fury, you charge up, and you just hit them with a huge clap of this tear apart ability. Boots again, it's the full soldier build, so we like the soldier's boots. And for the scholar's cowl, when we talk about the scholar's cowl on the headpiece, if I'm getting into a PvP fight, like a large PvP fight, because this build is actually super useful, even in big ZVZs, running into the back line and tearing them up with bleeds is super good. Then I really like the soldier's helm. I like that 2-second block ability to get myself back out once I've gone deep to do my damage. I've got 2 seconds to sort of get out of all of their AoEs and stuns, and then try and break out of the clump with my boots abilities. You might want to change to run from Wanderlust if you're ZVZing, but in the open world, Wanderlust is good. This is a really good build for clearing like solo mob camps above dungeons or the roaming mobs, because you can just sprint camp to camp, doing burst damage, dropping the mobs, and then, you know, the natural regen ability of plate armor as well when you get out of combat will mean you regenerate super quick in between mob camps. And this is the build I use to complete my adventurer's challenge on a daily basis. I usually park my character near a mob camp or one of the open world dungeons, and I just run between the camps, and it takes me about 5 seconds to complete my daily challenge. So yeah, that is the Soldier's Armor Halberd build that I love. Build number 5 then is a single target DPS build that I really love for PvE, both group and soloing. It's really, really useful in both situations. It's pretty handy in PvP for damaging single target, but any sort of big fights, ZVZ fights, people would much prefer you to have a longbow. This build revolves around the normal bow, which is a seriously powerful single target weapon that a lot of people underestimate. We've got this deadly shot ability on the Q, which goes up to 3 stacks and shreds the armor of your target. We've got the explosive arrows ability, which makes your next 10 arrows do a small explosion and damage enemies in an AoE around your target. Not only that, it's actually triggered by abilities as well. So as you can see here, deadly shot will proc my arrows. And then finally, we've got this enchanted quiver, which gives 15 arrows, actually soon to be increased to 18 in the upcoming balance patch, which I'll talk about in another video. But basically, each arrow gives you a stack. Once you hit max stacks, you've got 15% attack speed and armor piercing ability as well. And as you can see there, even though I am massively outgeared by my target here, Wee Wee, it doesn't take long for me to get her seriously low. Now, if that wasn't enough, we're also running the Hunter's Jacket with haste, which is a big attack speed buff. Now, Wee Wee's going to go down quite quick here, but you'll get an idea of the attack speed. Usually I would activate explosive arrows as well, so all 3 of these combined. But if I just put the quiver and the haste, you'll see how quick I start to attack. And it'll build up those stacks super quickly and then just shred through her until she goes down. So the 3 abilities sync up to do some phenomenal single target DPS. So really good in boss encounters in PvE as well. And not only that, because it's a resistance reduction, your teammates will be doing more damage as well, right? You'll be doing resistance reduction from deadly shot, resistance reduction from enchanted quiver. Your teammates will love it because it's going to amplify their damage. The last 2 abilities then, I kind of like the Mage Cowl for the poison. It's just another bit of damage over time. You activate the poison and your next auto attack will apply a poison to the target and do damage to them. Again, this syncs nicely because it's an instant cast. We like instant casts on this build because we don't ever want to interrupt our auto attacks, because auto attacks are what generate most of our damage. And then I like any leather boots with the refreshing sprint. And refreshing sprint basically speeds you up for 3 seconds, but also resets your cooldowns a little bit. So you've got more and more, you know, opportunity to use your damaging abilities. The more uptime you have on your abilities, the more damage you're doing, and the more effective you are at playing the build. But overall, a super cool and super cheap DPS build for you that will function in the open world, small scale PvP, and group PvE. Now, the last build I'm going to show you on today's video is this Great Holy Healer build. Now, unlike the Great Nature we showed you earlier, which is more of a solo and survival build, this is aimed at group healing and keeping you and your teammates alive, whether it's group PvE or group PvP. This build is pretty formidable for a number of reasons. So starting off with the Great Holy Staff itself, unfortunately, when you start, you're stuck with this flash heal ability. Now, I haven't actually unlocked the Great Holy's generous heal ability, so let me just go and quickly unlock that with fame credits. If you want to know more about fame credits and how they work, then you can check out my video on that in my beginner's guide series. So you can see we've actually got this generous heal ability, and we've now got Holy Beam, which is the best PvE healing ability. So generous heal is a 2-second cooldown, 1-second cast heal with quite a decent range, and this is your main heal ability. Anyone takes damage, you hit them with the generous heal, and it will heal them up. The next thing we're going to talk about is the W ability. So for PvE, we really like this Holy Beam. It applies to the target, it's a channeled ability, and the more you keep it on them, the higher it heals. So it's super good for healing a tank. And you can see, right? Even with no spec in this ability, I'm doing 80, then 160, then 241, and my top heal is 482, then 562. That is a lot of healing for somebody in flat 4. That is not to be sniffed at. For PvP, I would recommend changing to the Holy Orb ability when you get to a higher tier, but honestly, Holy Blessing works just fine. If you're soloing with a Holy Staff, you want to run Smite as a damage ability. Later on, as you level up, you'll get access to a bunch more Holy W abilities, but Holy Blessing is probably better in PvP because it has no cast time. It's very easy to get interrupted on the Holy Beam. The ultimate for the Great Holy then, Holy Explosion, is a large AoE healing ability that pulses. You can see here for me it's doing 109 a tick, a bunch of fast pulses, and it's great for healing.
Got wood? Okay.
Up a team. Now, on top of the healing that it does, it actually has another ability. I can't show you it here because Wee and I are now partied, but what it will do is we'll actually knock back any enemies trying to get to you. So although it is interruptible a certain number of ways, anybody trying to get you will be knocked out of the circle and away, sort of bounced around. They'll be unable to cast anything while they're bouncing as well. The only ways that they can ignore it are by using displacement immunity on a Knight's Helm or anything that gives crowd control immunity. You can be interrupted by projectile interrupts like Fire Wave or Firewall. You could be swapped out with Hellion Shoes. But because it's such a quick cast as well, you know, what you cast it for 1.5 seconds, they have a very small window to actually interrupt, and you're still going to get a few pulses off. So all in all, a great ability for healing up a team, great in a PvP scrap to not only heal your guys up, but control an area, and a very, very cheap staff. I like the Scholar's Cowl, again, for that energy shield. We talk about this. It's a great, cheap way to keep your energy pool up. It gives you resistances if you're under pressure, and lets you regain your energy to fall very, very quickly. A group healer should always be in cloth. And so for this build, I personally recommend the Cleric Robe. This Everlasting Spirit ability, you basically toggle it when you're about to be attacked or you know damage is incoming. And if you take damage within 1.5 seconds, you basically gain a 3-second invisibility shield. If you don't take damage in that window, you don't get the shield, but the shield will render you completely invulnerable and increase your healing power for 30%. So for example, if you were to proc Everlasting Spirit and then activate your Holy Explosions, each explosion will do 30% more. Same with any of your other healing abilities. Boots wise, for small scale PvP, you actually maybe want to look at Mage Sandals for the blink ability. That's what people like in sort of 5v5 situations. But for open world dungeon farming, once again, I think that there's a variety of options. I mean, I like Soldier's Boots always for open world because of why we talked about Wanderlust. And I absolutely love the run ability in small scale fights. You could also think about Knight's Boots as well for even more shielding and protection, but it does leave you a little bit lacking on the mobility. Overall though, a very cheap, very solid healing build that is fairly fun and fairly easy to play as well. Right, that's the end of my guide video, guys. I hope these 6 builds are something that you'll enjoy, something to try, and something that won't break the bank. Just before we go, though, I want to give a special mention to the Great Hammer for all you gatherers out there. Now, whenever people talk about gathering and escape builds, they talk about Bloodletter Mistcaller, both of which are low-tier artifacts. They're the rune tier artifacts, which is the lowest tier, but they still cost a little bit more than people would like. So the Great Hammer, in my opinion, is a super good, super cheap alternative to the Bloodletter Mistcaller combo. You have slowing charge and you have tackle. So much like the Bloodletter, you have 2 dashes to help you close the gap or increase the gap between people trying to gank you when you're gathering. It also offers a good chunk of HP, which the Bloodletter does not. So that's not to be sniffed at when people are trying to kill you. And it is not an artifact, so it's much, much cheaper. The Bloodletter as well, the E dash on the Bloodletter is going to be nerfed from 20-second cooldown to 30, whereas tackle is only a 15-second cooldown. So when you're out gathering, especially at low tiers, consider the hammer as an escape weapon. People don't really think of it as an escape weapon. It's seen more of a tank weapon, but it actually works really, really well for gatherers. You do have to be a little bit careful because both slowing charge and tackle will put you in combat lock, which means you can't zone. So be careful when using these abilities as an escape. But when we're talking about cheap builds, I just wanted to give that little bonus tip for anyone who's made it all the way through to the end of this video. Anyway, thank you guys. Very cheap, very solid healing build that is fairly fun and fairly... You close the gap or increase the gap between people trying to gank you when you're gathering. Now, whenever people talk about gathering and escape builds, they talk about Bloodletter Mistcaller, both of which are low-tier artifacts. They're the rune tier artifacts, which is the lowest tier, but they still cost a little bit more than people would like. So the Great Hammer, in my opinion, is a super good, super cheap alternative to the Bloodletter Mistcaller combo. You have slowing charge and you have tackle. So much like the Bloodletter, you have 2 dashes to help you close the gap or increase the gap between people trying to gank you when you're gathering. It also offers a good chunk of HP, which the Bloodletter does not. So that's not to be sniffed at when people are trying to kill you. And it is not an artifact, so it's much, much cheaper. The Bloodletter as well, the E dash on the Bloodletter is going to be nerfed from 20-second cooldown to 30, whereas tackle is only a 15-second cooldown. So when you're out gathering, especially at low tiers, consider the hammer as an escape weapon. People don't really think of it as an escape weapon. It's seen more of a tank weapon, but it actually works really, really well for gatherers. You do have to be a little bit careful because both slowing charge and tackle will put you in combat lock, which means you can't zone. So be careful when using these abilities as an escape. But when we're talking about cheap builds, I just wanted to give that little bonus tip for anyone who's made it all the way through to the end of this video. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this video. A little bit longer than I planned it, but I think it's some good information. Hey, what is up guys, it's Lupac here, back with another Albion Online video, and today we've got a very special video for all of you guys coming up anticipating the free-to-play launch. So we were discussing the free-to-play launch and stuff on the live stream. It's been the topic of a lot of conversation lately, I think, on the live stream and on the YouTube comments. Basically, a lot of people have been coming to the stream and asking, or asking on the YouTube comments. They've been saying, oh, this game is free to play, but you have to have premium. So that means you have to pay money. Now, honestly, if you have a reasonable disposable income, a job and stuff like that, and you join this game on free to play, I would honestly, at least for the first month or two, just buy your premium with real money, right? It's $10 a month or more or less if you buy it in bulk. It means that you don't have to worry about making premium for those first few months while you get your character set up. It supports the game, and honestly, the premium system in this game is fair. It's not pay to win. You can obtain it in game, but if it's not a big deal for you, honestly, support the game and just pay for your premium with cash, and then you can just get on with enjoying the most fun aspects of the game and having all the money in game to spend to yourself. That said, a number of people want to know if you can be a pure free-to-play character, as in not spend any money, still maintain premium, and that is why we're doing this challenge today. So I actually live streamed the whole challenge. If you haven't checked out my Twitch stream, you can always check it out in the links below. I'm streaming 5 days a week, usually about 40 hours a week of live Albion content as well as the YouTube videos. It's definitely very different to the YouTube videos, but well worth checking out. So the challenge we decided to do was I was going to create a free-to-play account, or a brand new character basically, with no gold, no premium, no nothing. And my goal was to attain premium as quick as possible, but ideally within the 3 days premium that you get for completing the tutorial. So I laid down some ground rules for this. I was going to get no help from my guild or my other characters. I was not going to play more than 8 hours each day. I didn't want to say, oh yeah, look, you could do it, but you have to play 60 hours in the first 72 hours, because I think that's unreasonable for normal players. Also, I was going to avoid grouping as much as possible, and I didn't want to do anything super advanced or super risky that a new player couldn't do. Do you know what I mean? It's all well and good saying, right, go to the most hostile area of the Black Zone and, do this thing, if a new player is going to struggle with that. If they're going to get ganked halfway through, or they're not going to be confident in what they're doing, where they're going, I think it's a bit unreasonable to kind of expect that of a new player. So I wanted to do things that were attainable, easy. I did die once during the challenge. I got killed in the Black Zone, but it was a loss that we were financially prepared to take, as I'll explain later. And it was actually a lot of fun. I had super fun doing this challenge, and you'll see the results coming up. Now, before we get stuck into the actual challenge itself, I do want to preface this with a couple of notes for you guys. So the first note is the price of premium in terms of silver is not rigid. So when I did this challenge, premium was 4.3 million silver for a month of premium. Now, of course, the free-to-play might change the economy slightly. Depending on how many people are buying gold, how many people are selling gold, the price will fluctuate. So if you're doing this challenge or doing something along these lines, then, of course, you might find yourself paying more for premium than I did in this video, or less for premium. That said, the core principles remain the same. Likewise, the item drops and flipping and stuff that we do in this challenge, again, is all based on a player economy. So they're not rigid amounts. The one thing that is kind of fixed is the treasure hunting, though the treasures do maintain a kind of set value, which is nice. But items, I get a couple of big loot drops during this challenge, and yeah, they might not always be worth as much as I got, or they might be worth much more than I got. So this isn't a do exactly what I did, you will have this exact amount and you will get premium. But this is, this is the methods I use to generate currency. So maybe you get it quicker, maybe you get it slower, who knows? But anyway, I'll let you watch the challenge and decide for yourself what you want to do. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video, so let's get on with it. Day 1 of our live stream challenge, we created the new character and set off into the world. Now the tutorial I blitzed through very, very quickly. I've done the tutorial a few times. I actually tested it at one point on the test server to give my feedback on it, and I've actually done it a couple of times since then as well. So the tutorial I breezed through very quickly. Now once I got out of the initial tutorial island and into the starter area, I did go and do the mob mission, which will be given by the royal commander in the first town you encounter. And the reason I did this is because the reward is actually super good. 2 tier 4 sigils at first appear to do nothing for a brand new player, but these actually have a really strong place in the economy because they're used to create royal equipment, and royal equipment right now is at an absolute premium. So what I did from there, I then sold one of my 2 sigils to a buy order, and I put the other one up as a sell order. So I wanted to sell one quickly to generate some money to get me started, and then I wanted to sell the other one at the maximum possible value that I didn't mind waiting a little bit of time for. Now please note, in the starter city, people were buy ordering these sigils for something like 4,000 or 4,400. By running 2 tiles to the actual main city of Bridgewatch, I was able to get 40k for my sigil with the sell order and 22k on the quick sell. Now that is a huge difference for moving 2 tiles. So generally you want to actually be in the proper city as soon as possible because everything achieves its true value, and a lot of traders and unscrupulous people are trying to snipe cheap deals in the starter cities off people that don't know the value of stuff. So as you can see, I actually opted to start in Bridgewatch, or the steppes, which is the desert biome of Albion Online. My plan was to go great axe and leather armor and focus on skinning and making a bit of early money through skinning. So first things first, I had to level up. I tried to level my skinning to tier 3 as quickly as possible and start getting my axes up, which meant I had to unlock the warrior tree and the ranger tree for leather armor and the warrior tree for axes. And just work on getting my skinning up as quick as possible. So we bought with our initial money an ox, some skinning knives, and some bits and bobs, all the stuff I would need once I unlocked tier 4 axe, including the axe itself, and worked my way out to the desert hotspot. There I just did mass grinding, as much as I could on the leather creatures, skinning absolutely everything, tier 2, tier 3, and flat tier 4, to get myself up to tier 4 leather. Also, during this portion of the challenge, I was killing any of the bosses that I saw. So these little roaming mob bosses are always worth killing because they give anything from 1 to sort of 6,000 silver, and they can actually drop some reasonably valuable items if you get lucky. So always kill those, plus the fame helps you level even quicker. Once we hit tier 4, it was time to slap on some skinner's gear and grind some more. Now that we could do enchanted tier 4 because tier 4 skinning was unlocked, I headed out to the tier 5 areas, the yellow and red zones, which have super high enchant rates for tier 4 and tier 5. Obviously we can't kill skin tier 5 mobs, sorry, but we can in fact skin the enchanted tier 4. I got super lucky while I was running around. I managed to find some 4.3, plenty of 4.1 and 4.2, which was really good to generate some currency, but I quickly realized this wouldn't give me enough money over time. The real money was in tier 5. So I got back, I refined all the stuff I had gathered so far. Now refining is super important because it gives a big chunk of fame, which helps unlock your adventurers tier. And the higher the adventurers tier is, the bigger bags you can wear, the larger oxes you can ride, the more you can carry, so on and so forth. So refine everything you got. Because I have the 3 days tutorial premium during this challenge, I also was going to use my focus, my crafting focus, on refining my enchanted tier 4.3 leather, because that would be sort of my biggest profit generator during the challenge initially. Now, at this point, I sort of made a decision to spice things up. If you wanted to continue down this path, the way to do it would be just hard push yourself towards tier 5, get tier 5 skinning with learning points as soon as possible. And remember, you will gain 20 learning points per day during the 3 days premium, so you'll get there even quicker than you think. And then as soon as you got tier 5, hit the enchanted areas that I said, the yellow and the red zones, particularly the red zones with 40% enchant rate on tier 5, and you will make your premium money super quickly, because tier 5 enchanted is worth a fortune. It's the bottleneck of the resource economy, and 5.2 and 5.3 are gold mines right now in Albion, and probably will continue to be forever until there's a major resource change. Some other things to note, we sold some of the stuff in Bridgewatch, but what I also did was I ported around naked to the other towns and looked at the prices of materials in towns that didn't have access to leather. So what I was trying to work out is if it was worth my time to run, you know, multiple zones to a different town to sell my stuff for more profit. And if I was going all in on the leather plan, I probably would have done this. I did save some stuff on sell orders to slow sell. I saved some stuff for some refining, and I made plans to transport some other stuff. But at that point, I'd made about 120k-ish, and I decided I was going to head over to Carlion to check out a couple of other ideas I had for my challenge. Once moving to Carlion, we had about 2 hours left of the first day's stream. I think I'd played the character for about 4 hours at that point. I was 7 or 8% of the way to tier 5 gathering, but after dropping off my latest run, I headed over to Carlion and decided to go to the black market with my 100k and start flipping items. So that is as simple as, you know, seeing what's up at the black market. You go to the black market, you check what the black market prices are. The black market will buy items, which are then redistributed into the game as mob drops and chest drops. If you want to know more about the black market, I do have a video all about it on my beginner's guide series. So you look for items that are...
Okay, black market. 35. Here. Dude.
Are getting to a higher price, and then you go and buy the item off the auction house at a lower price and sell it to the black market. Now, there is a lot of people doing this, and we didn't have a lot of money. So the trick here early on is to look for low ticket items, low volume items around the sort of 8 to 10k mark, because the big black market players aren't really interested in this low income stuff. They're looking for big sales on extreme rares. You know, they're working out focus costs if they want to buy the resources, make the things themselves. They're looking for, you know, millions and millions of profit, whereas we're just trying to build up a bankroll for premium. So I was searching around sort of the flat 4, the flat 5 kind of equipment. I'll probably make an entire separate video about black market flipping to give you a full in-depth look at it once I've done it some more, because this was actually one of the first times I've ever really messed around with it. So I was as new to it as you guys. I probably had a slight advantage because I know roughly what some things should cost, but honestly, 2 hours of running back and forth from the black market and the auction house, you know, you'll quickly be up to speed with what it is. So I did a few low volume trades. I got really lucky actually with, I believe it was plate armor. There was a buy order on the black market. The black market was buying plate armor tier 5, I think it was knight's armor. It wanted 20 pieces of knight's armor, and it was paying 14k a piece. Now, I went to the auction house. I was only able to get about 10 or 12 at the profit margin, but I was buying them at 5k. So I was every single piece of that, I was making 7k instantly. Then as my bankroll built up, I was able to sort of go in on slightly riskier stuff. I whiffed a couple of times. Sort of, I bought something with a good chunk of my bankroll, and by the time I got back to the black market, somebody had already filled the buy order. So I was kind of stuck with money tied up in items at certain points. So it's super important when doing this, don't risk your entire bankroll on one trade. You know, I would honestly recommend never put more than 20% of your bankroll into items. And then, because if your trade goes south, you then need to use sell orders and wait for you to recuperate your profit. So I also did a bit of work picking up super cheap bargains that I spotted and then putting sell orders up. And I just ground on this low tier stuff, occasionally going for a high risk trade if the profit was there. And I worked myself up. The last 2 hours of day one at the black market, I turned that 120k into 2.2 million. I still had some stuff tied up in items, so I put those up on sell orders. I had some sell orders on the auction house. I had some sell orders on the black market, and I still had a good chunk of my leather from when we started in Bridgewatch. I still had a good stash of leather and some 4.3 waiting to be enchanted with the focus on day 2. So I went to bed on day 1 after playing 6 hours, and I was really happy with myself. I thought it was a really good performance for day 1, and I was very optimistic going into day 2. So day 2 arrived, and I woke up to a very pleasant surprise. All of my sell orders had pretty much gone. So all of those items we'd been stuck with had been liquidated at a profit. I was now sitting at 2.6 million. Now again, similar to what we were doing with leather, I could have just continued down this path and then ground out premium that way. Likewise, I could have ground to tier 5 leather, got enchanted tier 5, refined it, sold it, got premium that way. But again, I wanted to explore other avenues. So my next avenue to explore was treasure hunting. I do mention this in my silver making video on YouTube. There's some stuff about treasure hunting there. But basically, the premise is there's little hidden caches of treasure disguised around the outlands of Albion. You can break them open and, you know, you get a bit of silver, some luxury goods that can be sold in various towns, and random rolls on the item table as well. So we had to gear up to do this. Now, because we'd worked our way up to 2.6 million, we actually have a nice bankroll, so we can start gearing ourselves, and, you know, we can afford to die because we're going to the Outlands. It is a PvP area, so you've got to make sure that you can afford to die and replace your gear 10 times over before you risk it. At this point, I couldn't even wear tier 4 armor. I had my tier 4 axe, but I didn't have armor unlocked. So the best thing to do for me was to actually wear my skinning gear. Now, I could have gone to the skinning area as well and maybe doubled up on trying to get some resources while I was there, but the skinning areas in the Outlands tend to be a bit more high traffic. So I actually opted for Anglia, which is the lowest of the Outlands, and I opted for the Highlands biome, which focuses on stone, because it seems to get the least appealing to a lot of players, and it seems to get the least passing traffic. So I headed out. I started bashing open treasures. I killed any bosses I saw as well. It's worth noting the bosses here in these Anglia zones will be tier 4, so I have the appropriate Reaver level to kill them. When I was out hunting enchanted resources on day 1 in the tier 5 zones, I did try and tackle a couple of bosses, but because I didn't have tier 5 Reaver, they absolutely stomped me and I had to just run away in the end. But in these tier 4 Outland zones, I can take the bosses even in skinning gear as well as pop the treasures. So we were running around, didn't get too much hostile contact. I did actually get ganked and die once when I moved into the woodland zone a bit later on, but I'd already made, 20, 30 times what my gear was worth. So I had no problem dying. I fully expected to die a few times if I got unlucky running into gankers because I didn't have a particularly mobile build. So we opened treasures, gathered money, gathered up luxury goods, sold them back in town, continued to build our bankroll. And I actually got super lucky while I was doing this. I dropped a 4.2 cultist cow, which is a relic tier artifact fully crafted already. And that, I believe, was about 120, 130k in a single drop from the treasures. I got loads of the tier 6 luxury goods in the treasures, and each of those are worth 25,000 or thereabouts, depending on where you sell them. So the money here was really good. Each treasure itself is giving 4 to 6k silver as well. And the bankroll was quickly building up, and I was feeling good. So at this point, again, I've said this twice, same with leather, same with the black market. I could have just continued down this route and made my premium. You know, this is another, you can do only one of these things and make your premium. But the reason I went out treasure hunting, because when I woke up on day 2, the black market prices weren't very good because it was early in the morning. There wasn't as many dungeon groups rolling chests and driving up the prices on the black market. The black market was a bit dead, so I went treasure hunting. After an hour of treasure hunting, I'd been selling my loot, I died, and I decided to get back on the black market. So then I kind of alternated between doing black market trades, and then anytime the market dipped or I got a bit fed up with it, I would go to a different biome, do a bit of treasure hunting, you know, do a few circuits of the zone, grab everything I could, check my sell orders, and at that point I kind of just wanted to race to finish the challenge. I kind of, because I'd got so far so quickly, I wanted to finish as quickly as I could. And I was doing a lot of black market trades, setting up all my trades, a couple of sell orders, then doing some random treasure hunting, coming back, checking my sell orders, liquidating anything that was good. And within no time at all, we'd hit our goal. 4.3 million silver. I bought my premium, and that was the challenge completed. I was very pleased with it. Now, as I said, it might take somebody longer. Somebody might get super lucky and do it much quicker than me. And the economy may be very different at free-to-play launch. We have no idea how the economy will change. But these methods are pretty consistent. The black market will always have buy orders. The buy orders will always be going up, and you know, a smart trader can always be flipping on the black market, especially that low tier stuff that the big boys aren't really worried about. There's always going to be money in resources, particularly tier 5. You've always got that option. Get quickly to tier 5 as quick as you can, and bang, you will be making that money in no time. And the luxury goods from hidden treasure caches, those have a fixed value. Those are always worth their value. The value doesn't fluctuate a lot because each one is designed to be sold at a certain city, and it gets its full value at the city, but people will always buy order them for just a few silver less than what it should be going for. So you're always going to make money with those treasures. Final time then for the challenge to be completed was 8 hours and 3 minutes played on this character. Now, I'd set myself the goal of doing 8 hours a day, total of 24 hours over the 3, and I did it in 1/3 of that. Now, I would advise you to build up a bit more bankroll for gear before you buy your premium. But honestly, you know, once you know these methods and once you're doing these things, you'll have no trouble sustaining yourself in the early game. Now, I will leave you with a couple of tips for anyone doing their own sort of free-to-play challenge or trying to be a free-to-play player in Albion and get their premium. Tip number 1 is liquidate everything you can unless you're going to need it imminently. It's very tempting. I dropped a couple of tomes of insight during my run here, and it's very tempting to use them for a big XP boost early on. However, you need to be liquidating everything. That silver is super important for progressing as quick as possible. And yeah, as much as you want 10,000 fame, selling it, I think I got sort of 45, 50,000 for the tomes in Bridgewatch on sell orders. Selling it is so much more effective because you need raw currency. The second tip, again, I spoke about it earlier at the black market, and it's the same when you go out in gear to do treasure hunting or any situation in Albion, honestly. Don't risk all your bankroll on a single trade or a single set of gear to go out in. Only ever risk 20% maximum at a time, because if you get shafted, it can really hamper your progress. You're going to need at least some gear to go out and get treasure, get some more money together. And the final tip for you guys, and this is something I didn't do and didn't factor into my challenge, but this is actually a super good tip, right? When you get your 3 days premium token at the end of the tutorial, make sure you activate it at 8 a.m. and play from 8 a.m. Now, the reason for this is the Adventurers Challenge. You get daily points on the Adventurers Challenge, which add up to nice little rewards. So if you activate your challenge at 8 a.m. and then do the daily before maintenance at 10 a.m., this is all UTC, by the way, timings. So you do your daily challenge for between 8 and 10. It then resets. You can do your second daily challenge after 10 a.m. that day, and then the next day's maintenance at 10 a.m., it resets again. You can do your third day's challenge, which will unlock a treasure chest. And these loot chests are very, very valuable. They can contain 1 or 2 tomes, rare resources, luxury goods, furniture items. They can contain all sorts of things. And this is just a huge boost for a brand new player. And being able to unlock your first chest in the first 48 hours by timing your premium activation carefully is a huge boost. I didn't do this myself, but I recommend if you have the option to do this with your playtimes, I recommend you do this. Anyway, guys, that is the end of my video. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope this is really helpful to all of you guys striving to be free to play in Albion Online. Don't forget to please leave a like, subscribe, and comment below if there's any thoughts on the video. These things do really help get my video.
Okay, as a black market or cheap down. Okay. Hey ကြည့်တာတွေကတော့အများများတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဘာ class ကြည့်ရမလဲဆိုတော့လေအဲ့ဒါကိုကောင်းစင်ဟိုကြည့်ရတာတော့ဟိုသူတွေကတော့မစိုးပေါ့နော်ပြေးလို့ကောင်းတယ်အားနေတယ်ညာယူလို့ရှိရင်2 hammer နဲ့ထွက်ပြေးလဲအဆင်မျိုးလေးဒါနဲ့လောက်ရင်ကောင်းမလဲအားနေရရားလိုက်
like. So the Great Hammer, that you'll enjoy something to try and something that won't break the bank. Just before we go though, I want to give a special mention to the Great Hammer for all you gatherers out there. Now, whenever people talk about gathering and escape builds, they talk about Bloodletter Mistcaller, both of which
ရှိတယ်တတ်တတ်ကြ
Let me guess. You need a fix. See you soon.
เอ้ยอารมณ์เดี๋ยวปากคลาสซอยก่อน
which are low tier artifacts. They're the rune tier artifacts, which is the lowest tier, but they still cost a little bit more than people would like. So the Great Hammer, in my opinion, is a super good, super cheap alternative to the Bloodletter Mistcaller combo. You have slowing charge and you have tackle. So much like the Bloodletter, you have 2 dashes to help you close the gap or increase the gap between people trying to gank you when you're gathering. It also offers a good chunk of HP, which the Bloodletter does not. So that's not to be sniffed at when people are trying to kill you. And it is not an artifact, so it's much, much cheaper. The Bloodletter as well, the E dash on the Bloodletter is going to be nerfed from 20-second cooldown.
Don't be shy. Stay honest.
I will.
Local goods.
Food. Ora un po'. Don't. Agulaw.
Got everything?
Elder. Break by Elder Carpenter.
Sawing. All right. Okay. Back and forth. Got it. Sawing. All right. Back and forth. Got it. Okay. Sawing. Leaving?
To 30, whereas tackle is only a 15-second cooldown. So when you're out gathering, especially at low tiers, consider the hammer as an escape weapon. People don't really think of it as an escape weapon. It's seen more of a tank weapon, but it actually works really, really well for gathering.
I have lots to train.
Come on. Big ham.
a look. My pleasure.
Hey, what is up guys? It's Lupac back with another Albion Online video. Today we've got a two-part video all about guilds. Firstly, we're going to talk about what you should look for in a guild, what makes a good guild versus a bad guild, and how you go about joining them. And then in the second part, we're going to take a look at the top 10 guilds of last season and talk a little bit about them. First things first then, why should you join a guild? What do they offer to you as a player? I know a lot of people try to play Albion as a solo game, and while it is possible, I firmly believe that you're missing out on a lot of the potential content of the game through not joining a guild. I mean, for example, you simply won't ever do the Zerg versus Zerg big battles or the GVG battles if you don't have a guild. Guilds make it easier to find groups for things like random dungeons and hellgates. Also, guilds and alliances can provide this fantastic open world security with towers. So if you're in the most hostile areas of the game, you know, the tower with its big laser and the guards can offer protection while you're operating in those zones. So there is a lot of benefits. Usually most big strong guilds will have a tax associated with them though. You'll be taxed some silver, or you'll be expected to contribute a percentage of resources that you gather if you're a gatherer. And this is kind of, you know, to cover operating costs for guilds and is fairly normal. Although I would say be wary of anything, you know, above 20% tax for a guild. Especially if a guild doesn't have any territories, their running costs will be a lot lower, I would say, because they don't having GVG teams, they're not needing to feed territories, stuff like that. So just make sure you find the guild that is right for you. How do you find the guild that's right for you then? Well, first things first, make sure, it seems obvious, but make sure you find a guild that speaks your language. If you don't know your Suka Bliat from your Puta Madre, you're not going to really want to be in a Russian or Spanish guild if you're primarily an English speaker. We will, in the top 10 review, be covering a few specific language or specific country guilds. So yeah, first thing is make sure you all speak the same language. Secondly, then, you want to make sure the guild plays in your time zone. Being a European, in an American guild, you might find that during your play times, the player count is not so high and it's hard to find people doing the stuff that you want to do. So yeah, find a guild that is active during your play times. That way you can ensure that you always have buddies to play with. Thirdly, then, make sure you find a guild that does the things that you want to do. There's no point if your focus is Hellgates, GVGs, 5v5 PvP, there's not so much reason to be joining a ZVZ guild or a pure economy guild. Likewise, if you're simply a gatherer and you want to gather in the Outlands, joining a guild with no Outlands territory is going to give you a much worse time than joining one with a bunch of towers to use. So finding guilds that do the activities that you do, or more specifically, they focus on the same things that you focus on in the game. Joining a guild with no Outlands territory is going to have a lot more fun doing those things, and you're going to be joining a group of like-minded individuals. There are, in fact, in Albion Online, pure economy guilds that don't worry about PvP or fighting. So if you're an economy player, a crafter, a market player, whatever, look for one of those guilds so you can get a collection of like-minded individuals to talk economy with. The next tip for finding a guild then is kind of a personal preference one, but make sure you find the guild that's right for you in terms of your personality and your maturity as well. I mean, it's all well and good joining up with a guild, but if it's full of edgy teenagers who think the N-word is funny, and you're like me, a middle-aged dad who doesn't think it's funny, it's going to be pretty awkward in terms of guild chat. There's guilds in Albion who are, you know, there's guilds that are more mature, there's guilds that are more immature, and it's hard to tell really on the surface what they're like. And obviously it's hard to tell on the surface what a guild is like in terms of maturity and inside. But if you join a guild and it's definitely not what you expected, or the atmosphere is exactly not what you want, don't be afraid to jump ship and try the next one. I mean, there'll be no hard feelings as long as you're open about your thoughts, and it might even lead the guild to change in a more positive direction. Next up, think about how competitive you want to play Albion. If you're planning to be super casual with a few hours played a week and you're not worried about, you know, the end game territory conquest, then joining a top 10 guild might not be right for you, because you know, you'll be expected to turn up for war camps, escort GVG teams, lots of things that might interrupt your normal gameplay loop. And for the, you know, for the guys who are trying hard and want to be as successful as possible in Albion Online, this is absolutely fine. But for a casual player that just has a few hours playtime per day or whatever, they probably want to be a bit more productive with their time. So joining one of these mega guilds is maybe not for them. That said, of course, these guilds are usually part of alliances, so you could still get a lot of benefits from joining one of the less serious allies of these guilds, or you could just join a casual royal guild that suits your needs. But finding a guild that matches your competitiveness and your ambitions in the game will make sure that you have a fun playing experience. Finally then, on my joining a guild tips list is think about the recruitment process. This is kind of tied in to the competitiveness point that I just made, but do pay attention to the recruitment process of a guild. For example, if you ask to join a guild and you're instantly invited, that means everybody who asks is instantly invited, which of course means you don't have a clue the caliber or maturity or anything about the players you're playing with, because there is no recruitment standard. Likewise, some guilds might require you to fill in a form, some might ask for a little interview with their recruitment officer, some guilds go even further. And generally, I would say the more difficult a guild is to join, the better standard the average player is going to be. So it's kind of worth waiting for a guild that's a bit tougher to join, because you'll get better quality once you're inside. But likewise, you might not get in as a casual player. So finding the guild that matches you in all aspects of Albion and your personality will mean that you have the best guild experience possible in the game. With that segment over then, it's time to do a guild roundup of the top 10 guilds from Season 5. Season 6 is underway, but it's only a week or so into it. So we're going to go taking a look at the Season 5 standings and talk about the guilds that finished in the top 10. So first up on our guild review then are the current season holders and back-to-back season winners, Blue Army. Blue Army are a ZVZ focused guild that have been around for quite a while. They weren't a launch guild for Albion. Their core membership comes up from members all over Albion, actually, from a lot of different places. They are one of the, if not the strongest open world guild in the game right now, unrivaled in ZVZ combat. And the results show for themselves, as securing castles and open world objectives has brought them back-to-back season wins in Season 5 and Season 4. They are part of, or the leaders of, the Squad Alliance as well, which is one of the larger alliances in Albion, and a very, very powerful alliance with both ZVZ and GVG guilds. If you've decided that the open world ZVZ side of the game is the thing that you love in Albion Online, then Blue Army should definitely be one of your first ports of calls in terms of guilds you should try and join. They can be a little immature at times. There was a recent drama with a couple of high-profile names in the guild being muted in-game for following a stream around and racially abusing him. But despite these minor controversies, nothing has stood in the way of these guys getting the top spot in 2 seasons running. Next up then, we've got Made in Brazil, also part of the Squad Alliance, in second place. These guys were helped heavily by their alliance to get second place. Once the season win was secured for Blue Army, they focused on boosting up their allies to higher ranking positions, which is a pretty cool thing to see allies doing. And it just shows the power that these guys wield when they can put their friends into second place. Not to discredit Made in Brazil though, they did a huge amount of work during the season themselves and are a very powerful guild. As the name suggests, they are a Brazilian guild, so you know you will need to be speaking the language if you want to roll with these guys. But if you are a Brazilian or Portuguese speaker, then this is going to be the place you want to start out if you're looking at the top end of the game. Impressive guild stats all over. They are technically full with 299 members, but they do have an alt guild that you can join as a starting point and hopefully feed off into the main guild over time. Next up on our list then is the guild Phrasing, an English-speaking guild that is not an OG Albion guild, but have certainly been around a little while. And these guys are super powerful in the current world of Albion Online. A big territory owner, mainly focused in their holdings in the west side of Anglia. They have plenty of territory to operate out of in the forests as well. And these guys are a GVG powerhouse. Now, they don't seem to get involved too heavily in the Mercia side of things. I've seen a couple of like alliance related merc jobs and stuff like that, but their GVG teams are pretty formidable, definitely not to be underestimated under any circumstances. And the guys themselves, you know, they pride themselves in being a tight-knit community. They're pretty chilled as a guild to be in, from everybody I've spoke to, and they do a lot together and they protect their stuff. You know, they're constantly mage raiding as a guild or defending their own mages as a guild. They're active in their areas, and they've got a pretty active player base. So definitely a really good choice if you're looking to get into the Anglia living, in the forests, stuff like that. And if you're looking for an English-speaking guild, Phrasing would definitely be a solid option. They're currently in the Quality over Quantity Alliance, which is at 1,700 people, surprisingly one of the smaller alliances going. They recently, or as I'm making this video, in fact, they've recently lost the Aggressor and the Aggressor Academy from the alliance, who have gone off to do their own thing. We'll talk about those guys a bit later. Next up is the guild that is not one guild, not two guilds, but in fact, at the time of making this video, I believe they're up to 5 guilds. Russian Guild has Russian Guild 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Some of those guilds apparently are not in squad right now, unless I'm being blind. But these guys are undeniably the premier Russian guild on the server, and with a big influx of free-to-play. Through one of the other guilds, Russian Guild 4 or 5, and work your way up and prove yourself worthy of the name Russian Guild. Number 5 on our list then is Shelty, led by the ever-lovable Persian Sorab. These guys popped up a couple of seasons ago, towards the end of the season, with the goal of saving the game in the Save Alliance. These guys have had their ups and downs, but they've always remained an absolute GVG powerhouse, home to some of the most active and solid GVG players in the game. These guys make great allies for any alliance and are a very solid guild in their own right. They don't tend to do the large-scale ZVZ stuff. They definitely show up in numbers, but again, they leave most of the large-scale ZVZ coordination to the alliance leaders, Blue Army, which is their speciality, and these guys focus on the 5v5 GVG combat. Again, they've had their ups and downs as a guild. There was an exodus of some of their GVG players last season, accusations of gear stealing, and then the guild leader briefly leaving with apparently with all the money, but then coming back. But again, these guys still here, they're still banging, and they're still solid. And the guys that I speak to in Shelty, I've got friends in the guild, they say it's pretty cool, pretty chill most of the time. Primarily English-speaking guild, NA-based, I think it would be fair to say, although, you know, some of the more try-hard GVGers, these guys play around the clock in all the guilds. Most of these guilds have got GVGers that will play, you know, I've seen the Phrasing guys, for example. I've seen them play like a midday GVG, a 4 p.m. GVG, a midnight GVG, then a 4 a.m., and so on and so forth. Some of these guys will play GVGs round the clock whenever needed. But Shelty is definitely a solid choice if you're looking for the end game. These guys are holding a decent bit of territory in Mercia right now, the most valuable continent, and a town plot, so definitely a good choice for getting into the Mercia life. Next up then, Hammer and Sickle, another big territory owner from last season. These guys, as the name suggests, are primarily a Russian-speaking guild, So if you're choosing sides in squad versus oops, you've got Russian Guild on one side, Hammer and Sickle on the other. While Hammer and Sickle are a lot smaller of a guild, they're also a little bit more exclusive, so they don't just, you know, add everybody who speaks Russian and create new guilds all the time. They're probably a little bit harder to join as well. But as I say, both guilds have a top 10 finish in the last season. There's only 15,000 points between them in the last season, and both finished in Crystal. So another solid choice for all you Russians out there. Hammer and Sickle, they have one decent GVG team, I believe, and a couple of up-and-coming teams. And they definitely put on a good showing in the open world, the same as Russian Guild. I honestly don't know too much about the Russian community, so I couldn't call which is better to be in them. But if any of you Russian guys speak a bit of English and are watching my video, feel free to chime in on your experiences of being in these guilds in the comments. Number 7 then is the everlasting and world-famous Money Guild, led by the Marmite of Albion, some might call him Derek. You either love him or you hate him. The spawner of many, many memes. These guys have been a factor in the game since its conception, under a few different names during the betas, but back as Money Guild during the launch. These guys have been, you know, 2-time season winners in the first 2 GVG seasons. They hold a decent amount of territory, always in Mercia. They're usually very active in the GVG scene. Currently in the GVG scene, I would say it feels like the squad teams have got the upper hand on the oops teams. Towers are going both ways, but I would say squad definitely has the upper hand on GVG teams. But one thing about Money Guild and Derek is you never ever count these guys out in a season. Season 1, if anyone remembers back there, Exertion was winning the season by a clear mile. Money Guild was reduced to only town plots. They came back with new compositions, new tactics and new players, crushed the second half of the season, and ultimately forced Exertion to disband. That's how hard the comeback was when they got beat down in Season 1. And no matter how bad it goes, honestly, Derek is the sort of guy that will pull back from any situation over the long run. Mainly English speaking in the guild, mainly Mercia based, but with a good time zone coverage in both EU and NA. A solid choice for anyone looking to get into the end game of Albion. However, these guys are not a casual guild, and you know, for a chilled player, it might not be the right environment for you. Next up then is my own guild, Sun. Now Sun is a guild that dates back to Ultima Online. This is not an Albion specific guild. These guys have been going for 20 years now, or even over 20 years. Led by the lovable Frank Sinatra, a very active figure on the forums. You'll see him about. This is, I mean, I'll be real with you guys. Sun is not as try-hard as it used to be back in its heyday, because most of the members now are middle-aged gamer dads. We still put in a good show. We finished 8th last season, got Crystal rank. We even finished 2nd in Season 1. But, you know, we're not a super try-hard guild. We own a decent amount of territory. We have stuff to work out, and we have an active player base. And if you're looking for like the Mercia life and the end game experience, but with a bit more of a chilled, mature vibe, then Sun is definitely the guild for you. Most of these guilds in the top 10 will probably have some sort of taxes that you have to pay at some point. Sun is no exception. You know, there's a tax to pay for all members just for the upkeep of the guild. But honestly, you know, I've been in Sun since playing Darkfall Online, if anyone remembers that. And I couldn't think of a better bunch of guys to play the game with. If you are interested in joining Sun, the man to speak to is Cletus Van Dam, and he can be found on my Discord. The link is in the comments. Next up then, Aggressor, the premier Spanish guild in Albion Online, led by the ever formidable, often half-naked Skuzkabel, who you may remember from Twitch before he was banned. You may also remember him from YouTube streaming before he was banned. You can now find him on Mixer. Absolutely fantastic guy, though. Absolutely hilarious to hang out with. And honestly, if you're a Spanish speaker looking to get into endgame Albion Online, look no further than Aggressor or the Aggressor Academy. These guys, they're running their own alliance just with their own guild now, 500 members strong. And last season, a very, very impressive 9th finish. They've run with a few different alliances over time, but I really feel that Scuzz is done with Alliance life. In Season 6, they began life in quality over quantity, but honestly, I feel that they're much better doing their own thing in their own language. These guys are the premier Spanish-speaking guild, and the results show. They're active in the open world. They put on a good showing for Reset Day. They've got decent GVG teams. They've got a tight-knit community. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not Spanish. I'm not in the guild, so I can't tell you much more than that. But the results speak for themselves. And the guys I do know in there are genuinely decent guys. And then last, not least, scraping in at 10th at the end of Season 5 is Team Casualty. They didn't quite make Crystal Rank last season, but an impressive 10th place finish, just finishing above the Nice Guys in Season 5. Team Casualty are a guild we spoke about in the last guild spotlight, but really Team Casualty is a bit of an anomaly right now because they've gone through a bit of turmoil in the last couple of seasons. So basically what happened was a bunch of the Team Casualty guys, when Atlas launched, the pirate version of Ark came out, a bunch of Team Casualty guys went to go and play Atlas, which is not unusual. You know, guild members try new games. That in itself is not strange. However, something happened in Atlas, I believe. There was a bit of drama over in Atlas, and that spilled over to Albion and caused like a bit of a leadership coup and a bit of a split of the guild. So some of the original Team Casualty leadership has now split off, and we now have two guilds. We have Take Care, TC, and Team Casualty, TC. One led by Ellipsis, one led by DJ Tanner right now. However, in Season 5, we are talking about Team Casualty, which was, at the time, I believe, the full product. They finished 10th. These guys have always been open world focused, a ZVZ powerhouse. At one time in this game, they were the #1 ZVZ force before Blue Army came on the scene. And you saw that name in the open world in a battle, you just ran. You didn't wait to see what happened. You just said, right, no, TC's here. I am gone. These guys also have always had some sort of GVG presence, and right now I believe it's not too shabby. Their GVG force is quite good. But I'm not entirely sure who's in Team Casualty and who's in TC for Season 6. These guys are more NA focused with holdings in Cumbria, in the NA time slots. I believe they're in the north of Cumbria still. TC, quite close neighbors with Aggressor and a few others. We've also got Phrasing are actually popping their way in to Cumbria as well by the looks of the map. We've got Hammer and Sickle down in the south. Then again, we'll talk about where all the guilds are located. We've got Moonlit Grove over here is the Skelty home base. We've got Sun. I've got holdings down in the south. Money Guild there, Hammer and Sickle, and a few other guilds dotted around. So these are where all the guilds are located. But yeah, for Season 6, if you're thinking about joining Team Casualty, I'm not entirely sure who's in which guild and which guild has what leadership. But I know that Team Casualty still has the territories, which makes a bit of a difference. Take Care has 5, Team Casualty has 7. So Take Care actually do have their own territories as well. So that's pretty cool. But I couldn't say which is better to join. If you guys want to chime in the comments, anyone from either of the guilds, then let me know what you think about the Team Casualty Take Care split and who you think is going to come out on top in Season 6. Because in my opinion, the real battle of Season 6 will be Take Care versus Team Casualty. Who finishes top on that is going to be a big deal, and I'm looking forward to it very much. Well, that's all for my guild joining and guild roundup for Season 5. Remember, if I didn't mention your guild, you need to finish in the top 10 to get in the top 10 roundup, of course. However, please feel free. This will be, this is a one-time opportunity. Feel free to go in the comments with your own guild, post details about your guild, a little synopsis about what your focus is, what you do, drop your Discord link. You can use the comments as a recruitment area for people looking for guilds. Hopefully, new players will be looking at the first section of this video and looking for guilds. So feel free to post your guilds and their info below, and I'll be sure to try and check them all out. Anyway, guys, look forward to seeing you next season for a roundup. Get yourselves in the top 10, and you'll be featured on the video. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
I'm refining.
Morning. Right. Smooth-eyed. Stand back. Gun. Right. Later, then.
What? Back and forth. That's it. Got it. Okay. All right. Back and forth. Sawing. Got it. Okay. Back and forth. Sawing. Got it. Oh.
At your service.
Welcome, friend.
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. In this video, I want to go over foods in Albion Online. Foods are probably the most important gameplay aspect of this game. Albion Online doesn't really do a great job explaining to you how these foods work, when you should use these foods, and where you should use these foods. They basically tell you, this is the slot for foods, put a food there, eat it, and you'll get a special effect. In this video, I'm hoping to go over all of the foods and teach you when you should use the foods and where you should use the foods, and go over exactly all the foods in the game and tell you what they do and where you should use them. So let's go ahead and get started. The first kind of foods are probably the one you probably have seen if you started the game, which are the soups. I think you actually get carrot soups when you finish the tutorial, but these are basically the main or the simplest kind of foods in the game. You'll probably carry out some carrot soups when you're starting out. And the foods, what they do is they basically increase your health regeneration by a certain percent for a certain amount of time. I do want to say before I continue, all foods have a 30-minute time. So every time you eat a food, you will have that special effect that the food provides for at least 30 minutes. Once those 30 minutes are over, you will need to eat another food or the same food to obtain the same effects or a different effect. So for the carrot soups, if you hover over the item spells, it says that it improves your health regeneration by 100% for 30 minutes. This means that if you eat the carrot soup out of combat, you will regenerate 100% faster for 30 minutes. That's the most basic carrot soups. There are 3 types of soups. There's the carrot soup, the wheat soup, and the cabbage soup. For the wheat soup, it's basically the same thing except you regenerate health by 190%. And for the cabbage soup, you regenerate health by 270%. This is out of combat, so you can't regenerate this while you're in combat. But once you're done battling whoever you're battling, then you will start regenerating by this percentage. Again, these are mainly used for beginners. I personally don't see these very much on the end game because there are other foods that have a bigger impact. But if you're beginning out, some of these soups could be very helpful, especially if you're trying to level up your armor and stuff like that. Regenerating your health will make sure that after you're done fighting somebody, you can just regenerate quickly and go back into the battle and keep getting some fame. Moving on to the omelets. The omelets, in my opinion as well, are basically the most popular foods in this game. Everyone likes omelets. As you can see, I'm carrying 3 omelets, and I'm kind of like a DPS dual swords build. And omelets, what they do is that your casting speed and your cooldown reduction is reduced by a certain percent for 30 minutes. So the beginning omelet, or the chicken omelet, improves your casting speed and cooldown reduction by 5% for 30 minutes. Then we got the goose omelet, which is improve your casting speed and cooldown reduction by 9.5%. And for the most popular food in the game, I think, it's the pork omelet. And this improves your casting speed and cooldown reduction by 13.5%. Pork omelets are very, very important, especially for you DPS mages and for healers. If you're a build that you rely your DPS on your builds, your skills. So if you are, like for example, a mage, like a fire mage, and you need to pump out as much abilities as you need to make as much DPS, then eating a pork omelet will make sure that you will get a cooldown reduction for eating that omelet. Especially for the pork omelet, a 13.5% cooldown reduction is very, very important for any of you healers and mages. Healers use it because they need to keep their teams alive, and the cooldown reduction and casting speed will keep the team alive longer and faster. So those are the pork omelets, mainly for mages and healers. We'll move on to the sandwiches. And the sandwiches are kind of, you can say, like the soups, but what they do is they improve your maximum health by a certain percent. So the goat sandwich improves your maximum health by 5%. We got the mutton sandwich, which improves your maximum health by 9.5%. And the beef sandwich, which improves your maximum health by 13.5%. Sandwiches are used, as you can probably tell, by tanks. A lot of tanks will bring some sandwiches because they need to, soak in as much damage as they can. And when you improve your maximum health by 13.5%, and tanks have the highest health in the game, then you can see why tanks will want to bring even more health eating the beef sandwich. Again, all these things last for 30 minutes. So once a tank eats a beef sandwich and the 30 minutes are over, they need to eat another beef sandwich to attain the same stats, or they can eat something else to get a new stats. So those are the sandwiches. I've also seen some DPS people take sandwiches because sometimes your team doesn't really have a tank. There's some people who go out and do random dungeons without a tank, and instead of just bringing a tank, they bring a DPS, such as my build here, with a beef sandwich, so they can tank with more health. And I also see some gatherers using this, because once they're done gathering, especially if they're in a black zone or a red zone, once they finish gathering, you know, the cross or the way back to safety or back to the city could be dangerous. So I see a lot of gatherers bring beef sandwiches, and before leaving back to their home, back to their city, they'll eat a beef sandwich. So if they do get dismounted, they do actually have that extra health that could eventually help them escape. So those are the sandwiches. We're moving down to the stews. The stews are mainly for DPS, which improves your damage by 5%. So that's the goat stew, improves your damage by 5%. The mutton stew improves your damage by 9.5%. And then the beef stew improves your damage by 13.5%. This is kind of self-explanatory. If you're kind of like a DPS person, any kind of warrior, or dual swords or stuff like that, you might want to take some stews for that extra damage. And once again, these basically three right here, the omelets, the beef sandwiches, and the stews, these are mainly the three big foods in the game. We got omelets for healers and mages, we got sandwiches for any tanks, and we got stews for DPS kind of people. But again, Albion Online is kind of a weird game where it's not necessarily set on stone. Anybody can bring any of these kind of foods, and depending on their team, what they need, they'll be effective. So I have seen some tanks with beef stews. I've seen a lot of tanks with omelets. I've seen DPS with sandwiches. I've even seen some healers with sandwiches when they need to have that extra health, if there's people on them or stuff like that. But it's all mix and match. But in general, omelets are more for any mages and healers. Beef sandwiches are for tanks. Stews are for DPS people. Bows, swords, etc. So, moving on to the last two sets of foods, we got the pies, and these are for people who don't necessarily want any attack bonuses or defense bonuses. The pies are actually for gatherers. So if you consider yourself a gatherer, if you're leveling up your gathering, then eating a pie will increase your gathering yield by a certain percent, and your load capacity by a certain percent. So when you eat a chicken pie, you will get an improved gathering yield by 5% and your load capacity by 10%. And we got...
Hey.
Stay honest.
Kaya nga.
Don't be shy.
Tama. God. Thousand.
Deal.
nice island you've got there.
Where you headed? Are you sure? There's no better option. Up on! Ready to leave? See you on the road. Welcome, traveler.
Oh.
I can wait a little longer. Where you headed? Good luck. You'll need it. I can get you anywhere. Are you sure? There's no better option. See you on the road. Ready to leave? I can wait a little longer.
Welcome, traveler.
Anonima. Wrong.
We're done here.
Local goods. Come again.
Business is business.
But no. Outstanding. Ending.
Is that it?
Buying or selling? Made a profit?
Profit လုပ်ဖို့တာခက်တော့။ကြာချတဲ့လူမများဘူးနီးနီးမလာထိုင်ပြီးလုံနေတဲ့လူများအဲ့လိုဖြစ်
A pleasure.
How can somebody be an island?
Want to trade? Stay honest.
got some for me? Oh.
Don't be shy.
Claro, como.
See you later.
Kawaii.
No questions asked.
Área. 야, 들어요. 5번째 니. 아이고.
Got everything?
가서 차를 놓는 아니네.
have lots to trade.
Đi cha đi đó, tập đi ra đi. Lại. Ê.
My pleasure. Local goods. Stay honest.
Got something for me?
Have a look.
Back loop.
See you later.
Oh, back.
Buying or selling?
Ủa xí à trời vậy?
Got everything?
ောက်တော့ဒီ
I can get you anywhere. Have fun walking. Looking for safe passage? Are you sure? There's no better option.
Okay.
Ready to leave? Get on!
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to another Albion video. In this video I want to have a quick video explaining something about merchants running, aka city trading. So every city in Albion Online has its own marketplace. For example, we have the Caerleon market, and every city has its own prices and its own demand. For example, fine cloth could be in a high demand in Caerleon, and in somewhere else like Fort Sterling, there might not be as much of a demand for fine cloth. So city trading or merchant running, what you basically do is you go to a city, you check that if there's a low price of a product, and then you buy that product, then you transport it all the way to another city where that product is bought a lot and there's a high demand and there's a higher price for that product, and then you sell it off for a profit. So for example, I actually have done this for a little bit. If we check here, I sold 999 fine cloth in Caerleon for around 262,000 silver. Okay, I went to Fort Sterling and I bought that much cloth, if I can find it, for around 210,000 silver. So I made like 50k, and all it took for me is, you know, get an ox, go to Fort Sterling, buy that low price of fine cloth, and then come here to Caerleon and then sell it to the market. And then if someone will buy it, then I cash in that difference of the cloth prices between Fort Sterling and Caerleon. So that's what I'm gonna be showing you guys today how to do. This method, it's easy as it looks, because all you have to do is go buy something and then transport it to another city. But it does have its complexities, especially because it's a very dangerous method of making money. There are a lot of gankers and a lot of, you know, people trying to steal all your loot, especially because every time you want to walk or, you know, travel to Caerleon, you have to pass through red zones, and there's probably going to be some people there waiting for you to attack you. But other than that, it's just watching prices. You have to watch the prices in Caerleon and watch the prices in another city, whatever city you choose. I think the closest city to Caerleon, in my opinion, is Fort Sterling, because all you have to do is cross Craigmore, the tunnel, and then you're already in a yellow zone, and you're safe to go. But, you know, if you can choose a different city, you know, different prices, whatever, choose whatever product you want to flip, buy in one city and sell it in Caerleon, and it's pretty much that easy. You just gotta watch the market, watch the prices, see what's selling where, and then, you know, go after it and try and make some money. So I actually know that fine cloth, I actually sold. I wish Albion had like a, you know, like a history, but as you can see, I actually have some more fine cloth. But what I did was last night, fine cloth in Caerleon was selling for around 300 silver. And then I went to Fort Sterling, and that cloth was selling for around 198. So that's literally like 100 silver per cloth that I bought. So that, you know, that's why I made a lot of money. So right now the prices went down. It's currently at 264, but the prices in Fort Sterling of cloth it's still very low. So I can buy cloth in Fort Sterling for around I think 200. So I can make 65, 64 silver per cloth that I transfer here. So to do this effectively, first thing you need to do is you need, of course, to watch for prices. Find a product. You're gonna have to travel to a lot of cities, but you can easily just get naked and then go to the travel planner and then just easily you know, teleport to another city naked and then go check out the prices there, and then come back to Caerleon and see where you can, you know, what the prices difference are and such. So right now Craigmore has 15 reds, which means it's a very high PvP zone currently. But I know that first of all, there's the bubbles, the red blobs right here, so I just can't go that way, so I'm just gonna go straight ahead. But I like going for Sterling because I know the pathway. I have memorized where most of the PvP action happens, and I know that if I'm here in Craigmore, this area of Craigmore is usually the safest because there's nothing here. There's no ores, there's nothing. There's just some mobs, and that's it. So it's just a plain area, so there's not a lot of fighting here. But if you go up into like these areas, then you're gonna find a lot of PvP. But since I already know these routes and I've memorized which is the safest parts to go and stuff like that, then it's kind of easier for me. So I do recommend that whatever city you do choose, make sure you recognize the path, memorize it, know which areas are the, you know, the ones with the highest density of PvP, and, you know, walk away from that area, move away. There's one problem about the route that I go in, and it's I have to go across through a tunnel, and this tunnel can have a lot of action at some points in the game. So I'm actually gonna cut it after I cross the tunnel because I just want to show you guys how, you know, it's not really that dangerous, but it does have sometimes, trust me, there's sometimes this will go wrong. You will lose a lot of money, especially, see there's 0 red players here, especially if you bought a bunch of stuff. This has actually happened to me. I bought so much. I bought like 2 million worth of resources from one city, and I'm trying to transfer to Caerleon, and I get ganked. You're gonna lose all of those resources if you die. So it's very dangerous because you might have such a successful trade. You spend all of your bank, all of your silver to make that transfer, and you still have a chance of dying. So this is what I mean, high risk, high reward. Yes, you can make so much money flipping these items, but you have to have that chance. You're gonna have to go against that chance of getting ganked. So I'm already in a safe zone. I'm already in a yellow zone. So there's no fear of me getting ganked. Yeah, there's 17 people flagged here, but they can't, you know, first of all, they can't dismount me. They're probably low-level people. And then also, I won't necessarily lose much. I will lose some resources when I get down, but it's not a big deal. So I'm going to cut myself, cut this video until I get to the Fort Sterling market, so you guys don't have to watch me run this whole entire zone. Alright, we made it safely to Fort Sterling, my sweet home Fort Sterling. And then we're gonna just move ourselves or go into the marketplace and we'll check the price of the fine cloth. And Caerleon, it was around 264 per cloth. We'll see how much they're selling here. And you can see 202. So I'll be making around 60 silver per cloth I buy. Now the prices will go up, so I can't necessarily buy a lot of them, but there are other stuff that I could buy. So let's go ahead and buy up to, see, a lot of people just bought up to 220. That'll make us 40 silver, and we'll see how this goes. So I'm just gonna buy everything right here. Now I'm currently doing this in a bad time because I recently, again, chopped this market by buying a whole lot. So once you like go into like a market, so if you go into the Fort Sterling market and you clear out the marketplace, you might want to consider going into another city because, again, for example, no one has actually refilled these fine cloths since I last did it like 2 hours ago. So it's going to cost me a little bit more, but let's just get all these up to 220 there. And I spend around, I don't want to do math. I usually have a calculator and just like calculate all this. But I'm going to rough estimate 200,000. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna say around 170,000 silver, because I had 2.1. That kind of makes sense there. I'm gonna collect it all, and I have a stack at 96. And then I also know that planks are cheap here, and they're selling at some price, but I don't see a lot. Actually, I could take some. Okay, so let's do planks. So I'm just gonna keep buying all of these. The amount I recommend for you to take, it depends. If you're doing short trades and like small amounts of trades, then you don't necessarily need to take a high level ox. A low level ox will do just fine. But if you're gonna be doing big trades, you know, the highest level ox that you can get is probably gonna be your best choice. So I could actually have a tier 8 ox, but they're very expensive. And I died, again, this is a very risky method of making silver, but I died with my tier 7 ox not that long ago, carrying some stuff from Marlock. And let's see how much weight. We're about 92, sure, we'll do that. So we just spent roughly, let's see, 700,000 silver-ish buying fine cloths and planks. Now, what we have to do is we have to walk or, you know, transfer all of these resources back to Caerleon and then sell them off at a profit. That's pretty much it. It's not really that complicated. The only complexity is watching the prices, making sure that, you know, you're making a good margin between what you bought and what you sell. You know, the basic buy low, sell high. And how much you can carry and how safe the current game is, if there's a lot of people PvPing, if the zones are just heavily populated by people trying to gank. It all depends on that, but the actual just buy this, buy it low, and then go into Caerleon or another market. I might have to transfer this. Well, I didn't check, but if the let's say if the Marlock market is selling fine cloth for 400 silver a piece, then me, you know, walking or transferring all these resources to Marlock is more profitable than Caerleon. The thing about Caerleon is Caerleon has the best marketplace. That's where all of the high level people are. All of the guilds are run through Caerleon, but there are some merchants that are from Caerleon to other cities. So what you could do is find something that sells low in Caerleon and then go sell it high in another city. But the thing is, if you do the opposite, if you go into another city, buy something in Fort Sterling, then sell in Caerleon, Caerleon has a lot more volume. There's a lot more sellers and a lot more buyers. So you know, your money won't be stuck into that resources, you know, as long as you're around the areas with the highest volume, which is Caerleon. So you don't want to keep your money in those resources for a long time, and Caerleon has the most amount of volume, but you could do trades from Caerleon to another city. I just like doing trades from another city to Caerleon. So I'm going to transfer this. I do want to talk about what you should wear. First of all, you shouldn't be naked like this guy, because people will see that you're up to something. You're transferring something, or you have something. If you're a naked guy on the ox and there's a couple people on top of you, they probably will know that you're carrying something and you didn't bring any loot or any clothes, because you're trying to transfer something, and if you get ganked, then what's the point? So I'm actually gonna go through the long way because there's 4 marked people here. So I'm gonna go around this entire zone. But yeah, don't do this naked. Get an ox and get some cheap clothes. So I'm running the Bloodletter, the Mist Color, so I can have that double dash, so I can easily escape them. But yeah, don't go naked. Get something super low tier, tier 4, maybe possibly tier 3. Make sure you look like you're playing the game or you're doing something and you just brought an ox. Then you're just merchant running, because people will come and try ganking you if they see that you're trying to transfer some resources. So I'm going to cut and go to Caerleon, and we'll see what happens. How much we're selling, how much profit we're making per this trade. There was a lot of action in Craigmore. There were around like 17 people marked. There was a huge blob, but we made it. We'll try to stay away from the main roads, because there might be people spear fishing or, well, not spear ganking and other stuff. So we made it back. Let's see how much we can sell this stuff for. We bought the fine cloths for 202 to 210. And first of all, we could already make profits because there are sell orders. There are people buying these cloths for a certain price. So there are sell orders, or buy orders actually. Sorry, there are buy orders for people trying to buy, so you can sell it straight off. But if we click sell order, as you can see, the time it took for me to walk fine cloth, the price of fine cloth went up from 264 to 290. That means a crafter or a big guild came here and bought a whole ton of fine cloths so they can craft or whatever, and the price went up. So now I can actually have a larger margin. So I can sell this now for 287 or something, and I make 280,000. And let's see, if I actually do a calculator, I'll tell you exactly how much we made per trade. We bought that around, let's say, an average of 206 per cloth times 999. So it cost us this 999 cloth. It cost us around 205,000 silver. And I'm going to sell this for 280,000 silver. That's a 75,000 silver from just one stack, just merchant running. That's actually very profitable. So I'm gonna go ahead and sell this off, and then I'm gonna sell these off for something like 288. And then let's check the planks out. So let's do planks. Planks are 229 currently, and I bought these for around 289. That's around 30-40 silver per plank, which is not as big as the fine cloth, but I can actually sell these off. And let's do 228. Just cut the other guy above us. 220. That's 229 on this one. And you can see that we have 2 stacks. I'm actually going to lower the price, but this is going to cost me a lot, of 229 to 228. And we are the highest 2. So most people come here, buy our planks. There are people going to try cutting you. So there might be people buying planks, or gathering planks and refining planks, and then coming here and then lowering the price. Such as happened with the fine cloth for me. So if you go down here, let's see, I got some fine cloth stuck here at 297, which is actually not that bad. That's only 7 silver away from the lowest one before we added these 2. But that's pretty much it. We made roughly around 130,000 silver. Let's see, I'll actually make the calculation right now. So let's do the fine cloth. Tag fine cloth. We got 986. Did someone purchase? Yeah, someone just purchased some. Oh, look, my planks just sold 993 for 226,000. So we're already making bank here. Let's see, fine cloth. Oh, I can't really make the, yeah, I can't make the exact calculation anymore since they sold. But estimating, since I started with 2.1 million, and it's gonna take a while for them to sell, I made around 150,000 silver. Just by one fine cloth stack, I made 75, and then I had another stack. Well, not another stack. I only had 96 more, and then I have these down here, and then the planks already sold. And then there's just these planks left. I'm estimating 140, 150,000. This took me probably 15 minutes. It takes around 5 minutes, and I actually calculated this with a clock. With my tier 6 ox, if I go straight, I make the best effort to cut time, make sure you don't get hit by mobs and get slowed. It took 5 minutes and 11 seconds for me to go from Caerleon to Fort Sterling, and around the same to go back. That's 10 minutes running between cities, and then it takes about 3 minutes to buy everything from the market, and then I'll just give another 2 minutes just in case something happens. That's 15 minutes, and you can make 150, 130,000, and this is low volume. There are merchants who buy a whole lot more. They go out in mammoths, they go out in chariots, tier 8 oxes. They go and buy millions and millions of resources, then come back here and then upsell them. This was low. I only bought tier 4 planks and tier 4 fine cloths, but there are higher players and more merchants out there that flip so many items that they know the prices, and they're able to turn a couple million. Let's say they have like 3 million they just bought from another city, and turn that 3 million into something like 4 or 5 million by just one trade. It's pretty easy. Again, the only hard part is make sure you don't get ganked, make sure you're staying away from those roads, staying away from getting hit by mobs to get slowed, and that's pretty much it. That's called the merchant running, aka city trading in Albion Online. You can make a whole lot of money if you master this method. There are so many more other methods to make silver in Albion. This is just one of them, and this is kind of like my first video on how to make silver. I'll be making a lot more videos on making silver. I even have some like small series in mind for this channel. So if you guys enjoy Albion content, make sure you hit that like button, comment below any suggestions for upcoming videos, and subscribe for more Albion content. With that being said, I really hope you guys enjoy this video. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you'll take something out of this video, some tactics to go merchant running. And yeah, thank you guys for watching.
Hello YouTube, Spicy here. Welcome back for another video. Today I'll be showing you a full trade run from Marlock Market to Caerleon and see how much money we can make. This is a trade guide of how to flip resources for silver. You can even start this when you're tier 3 or tier 4. All you need to get going is just an ox, which is only a couple thousand silver and some capital to buy your tier 3 resources and maybe tier 4 or 5 if you have the money. Once you have got that ready, open the world map and see what the shortest path is from the city to Caerleon, because you don't want to waste too much time on traveling. In this case, from Marlock to Caerleon is about 3.5 hours, which you will see. I'll be doing tier 3 and tier 4 resources for these runs, a total of 4 runs, and I will show you a comparison table in the end and show you how much money I've made in total. However, I've only got footage for one of the runs because you don't want to see me running between the market too. While I'm running from Marlock Market to Caerleon Market, I probably should tell you a couple of tips that you may want to know. Tip number 1 is to diversify. That has 2 meanings. First, spread your silver across a good range of items that you want to trade, because if you focus on one, that may make you good return, but if that one does go south, you will be holding on to it for a very long time or even make a loss. Second meaning is don't bring everything you have with you in one trade, because you may lose them all in the red map. A side note to minimize this risk is just keep an eye on the crossblade icon on the bottom right corner. Ideally, you want to see a 0 right next to the icon because that means no one is flagging in the map and you can just run freely. Otherwise, consider if you are willing to take the risk. For those red name who are dismounted, they are 100% going to attack you. But for those who are still on the mount, they might be just traveling between zones. The next tip is, the gear that you take with you should not be your main gear unless you have an asset back in your main tent. It is not just because of afraid of losing them. It is more to do with the fast traveling and how it works in the game. Should you have anything on you like gears or inventory or whatever, the game will consider you taking luggage with you and charge you a huge amount of fee on those. What that also means is once you are done with your trade for your resources in whatever product you chose, you want to dump all your gear and your mount into marketplace or black market as well, so your character will be naked again, which means you can fast travel back to your hometown and just start another trade with no time wasted. This also linked to the next tip, which is you can fast travel to another city instead of your main one to try to get even lower price on the items that you are flipping or explore new items that you want to flip. Once you're ready, you just buy your orcs and your armor and weapon again, because these items can be sold in Carlian and black market and it is peanut money compared to what you're going to make from the flip. Do not hang up on saving couple hundred silver or couple thousand silver on these gears. Oh shit, I'm running out of things to talk. Just kidding. I suppose the next tip is don't overdo it. Even the potential from these trade runs can be high. The margin of your profit will get lower and lower over time if you do say like 5, 10 or even 20 times a day. This silver making guide is only one of the options that you have. You don't have to go all in and just do one thing a day, because you still want to be able to enjoy the game and explore different aspects of the game. That's it. Thanks for staying with me, guys. It takes about 5 minutes to travel from Marlock to Carlian. I've said at the beginning, this is a market.
Hey guys, Boomslang here. I'm bringing you another money-making video. This is going to be a big one. You've got potential earnings of 500,000 silver to 2 million silver. It depends. So basically, minimum requirements that I'm going to be running. I mean, you don't have to run a sword. You can run in full gear. It's totally up to you. But the minimum you need is an ox. The higher the tier, the more weight capacity. You know, and then you don't have to use oxes. You can use the war mammoth if you've got the cash flow. You know, there's loads of different high load mounts. But generally, you would just run an ox. So basically, we are going to run from Caerleon down to Limhurst and then Forest Cross. And it will make more sense as to why we're doing that when we get further into this video. For now, we have the main option to get there really is to go through the underway to Long Timber Glen, then to Mirkweed through the tunnel, which you will see during the video. I'm out of the tunnel into Yew-Wood, then to Limhurst, then to Stagbourne, and then to Forest Cross. So, what we are going to do is head on over to the underway entrance and make our way there. Now, I'm going to do some cuts in the travel because you'll see the basic path that I take. I'm not going to show you everything. If I get attacked or I die, hopefully I won't die. But if I do, I'll keep that in the video. And it may make it a bit more difficult for me to complete the video and explain to you exactly what's going on. 24 people in the underway is a bit crazy. Hopefully they're all over in the west area and not up here. But yeah, we entered here and we want to exit here. So basically we are going to the starting town. When you finish the tutorial, you pick one of the cross towns, and I'll get into why we're going there. And then once we've been there and done what we need to do, which I'll explain when we get there, we head back to Caerleon and we basically do the money making part of this video. But I will keep that for you guys to the end when we get there, and I'll show you what I do exactly. So this is not a rough guide of how you could make some money. I'm going to literally show you step by step how you can make 500,000 silver up to 2 million silver. There's no gimmicks, there's no bullshit, it's just complete facts. I've been doing this and making the money myself. You know, so no cons here, it's all legit. You can do this yourself and you can run anything you want. You just need to find a hole in the market and fill that hole. So I'm just going to bring up the previous map. 6 people lost. Alright, so where are we now? We are Mirkweed. So we came out here, we travelled to here, and now we have come out this section. We want to go through that section there. There's 6 hostiles, and it appears that they're all near the Hellgate, which is that little orange circle there. So I just generally try and avoid main roads, try and avoid the flagged areas and any of the red PvP areas. This is a red zone still, so if somebody's flagged up red and they want to attack me, they more than can and probably would kill me. So I'm hoping that nobody attacks me and that I can just get through and get my point across to you guys of what I'm trying to achieve and how you can achieve the same. I mean, the base cost of getting this run going is a tier 3 ox for 30,000 silver was the base average on the market recently. But if you can build, create your own ox, then it could be cheaper for you, but the investment would take a lot. So yeah, basically if you can spare the 30k silver for the ox and also the I think there's an Easter event on at the moment. I'm not really sure what's going on with these Easter eggs, but yeah, I'm just picking them up, and don't know if I'll be able to keep them. And you need probably a minimum of 30,000 silver, but you can do this for 1,000 silver, 10k silver. You'll still make your money back. So let's just say an average of 60k silver to do what I'm going to show you. I'm going to cut out this section. But basically go from here. 2 people in here, so if I do get attacked, I will keep it in. Just make the video difficult, but we'll see what happens. Just to let you guys know, I've cut this back in. Basically, if you stay off of the main path and stick to these little sideways, you can, 9 times out of 10, avoid people, because most people will set up, go stealth, and wait to hear you coming on your mount, and then use some sort of skill to disable you, prevent you from moving, take you down basically. So use the side routes like you just saw me do, and you probably end up living 9 times out of 10. So we've exited here, and we want to go here. So it's just a straight run, it's a yellow zone, you're not really going to lose anything here, apart from 10% durability and 10% of what's in your bags, which should be nothing at this stage, so it's not a major thing. I'm going to cut this out, and I'll return when we're in the outer city. Okay, now we're entering the city. So now we're in Lyndhurst. Now the last couple of the distance between here and where we need to go is all safe, it's all blue. There's nothing really that's going to go wrong. So we're going to exit the city now. And now we're going to be in Stagbourne. And it's a straight run. And then we're going to be in the crosstown that we need to be in, where I'm going to show you the start of the money making part of this video. So I'm going to cut this, and I will return when we're in the starting town. Okay, and we're back, and we're now in Forest Cross, which is one of the main starting towns that you would go to once you'd finish your tutorial. So there is Forest Cross, Lyndhurst. Then there is Mountain Cross and Fort Stirling. Then there is Swamp Cross and Thetford. And there is Highland Cross and Martlock. And Step Cross and Bridgewatch. So I class these outer towns as like starting zones, and then the inner, I would say they're major towns. And then Caerleon is like the capital, which is where our final goal will be when we head back there. So basically, each of the starting towns have an auction house there. You can buy and sell, you can put buy orders in, sell orders in. So what I am doing is putting in buy orders for tier 2 items at 6 silver a piece. Where you see it says 12, it's because there's 2, and vice versa. So I'm not paying anything more than 6 silver, and as you can see, people are selling them. It does happen. So what you would do to start it all off, you would put tier 2, and then you can pick armor, you can pick magic, you can pick offhand, you can pick ranged if you want. I find people generally sell the armor, you know, chest, helmet, shoes, and offhand generally people sell shields, but you know, you put any buy order on you want, and I'm sure someone will eventually sell it to you with what you put it on as. So most people put buy orders in, see 24 silver, 18 silver, 10 silver, there's large buy orders there. Now I'm going to put it for buy order, put 6 silver, and then crank it up to say 2k. So there you go, you've already got a spend of 12,533. You get 2,068 items in the town. Create order, and I'm sure, yes. Now, I've also been doing this for quite a while, making money from it. And by the way, my money fluctuates all the time, so I reinvest into my island, my farming, animal keeping, buying replacement gear if I've been killed, you know, so my money fluctuates all the time. But so far I've not been under $1 mil for about the last 4 weeks. 2 weeks? 2 weeks. 4. So all I'm doing is coming back 2 or 3 times a week to pick up items. And when you put a buy order in, you don't put a buy order in for a certain quality, it just, you put a buy order in. So if somebody wants to sell outstanding quality to me for 6 silver, that's their loss, not mine. Same as excellent. So you do on occasion get those higher quality items come into your inventory. Most of it's going to be normal, so you know, you'd see a massive stack of normal tier, and then a slightly higher stack of goods, slightly smaller stack of outstanding, going up the way. I generally try and get my weight capacity to 99%. If it's under 99%, under 100%, so 99, it doesn't slow your speed. Anything over that, it slows you down, and you're just increasing your chance of a death and not having a successful run. So for me, all I want to do is get this up to 99%, and then I'll make my way back. Now, I'm not going to show my travel back. I'm going to, once this is at 99%, just one last time, go over on the map what direction I'm going. And then I'm going to cut it, and then I'm going to come back to you in Caerleon. Otherwise this video is just going to take a long time for people to listen and view, and I just want you to have the information so that you can replicate what I'm doing. And remember, you don't have to do this with the tier 2s, you can do this with anything that people will sell in the starting zones and then transport it back to Caerleon. Because people in Caerleon have enough money and are lazy and don't want to run and do this and go set up all of this buy order stuff, so people just buy it. As one option on the marketplace, but we can do the black market option. So I'm at 99% now. Go to the map, set my camera to where I am. So obviously you exit here, and then that will take us to Stagborn, and then we're going to run straight across, and that takes us into Lyndhurst. Lyndhurst is straight across again. Way of reducing my map, but anyway. Then we get to Newwood, then you want to head straight out, and there's like a little arrow that you can't really see. Go straight into this tunnel area here. And then I'm not going to be able to show you inside the tunnel, but if you've been watching my video the whole way through, you'll see that I kind of veered off down to the sides inside the tunnel if there's enemies in there, otherwise just run straight through. Then we come out into Mirkweed, and that's this is the tunnel exit, and then we run straight across. Now, bearing in mind, depending on if there's people attacking, you might want to veer off to the sides, you know, take a different route. I try not to take main roads, stuff like that. Then we end up in Long Timber Glen. We will have come out here, and depending on how many people are red flagged and if there's any skulls popping up that somebody's been killed, I might take this kind of route and then straight into this tunnel here, which takes us into the underway. I'm not going to be able to show you the underway, but the underway will take us back into Caerleon. We would come out here, and then we go straight to Black Market. I'll show you what I'm going to do. So I'm going to cut it now, and I will see you guys back in Caerleon. If there's anything that happens regards PvP or killing me, and I end up with nothing in my bags, I'll try and get the clip straight away and put it in, and then explain roughly what I would do in the Black Market. Yeah, hopefully I get back alive, and I'll see you guys soon. Hey guys, so I cut back in, it's not too far away. There is 13 hostiles on the map, and they did just kill somebody right near me, so if I'm gonna die, now's the chance. So I'm hoping that they are focused down there. Don't bother to come up here. And then I can go straight into the underway and hopefully get back to Caerleon and be able to finish up the video and show you guys how to make the money. So underway now and 0 people, right, okay, good. So yeah, I was saying before that I couldn't show you the underway, but yeah, you know, underway is pretty simple. The 4 corners in the middle is where you want to get into. So yeah, that was a guildie, Dalka, good friend. I will have a chat with him once I've finished making the video. But yeah, we are now back in town. So we head straight up to the black market. At this stage, guys, if you're still here, you're still watching, you're still trying to work out what it is that I'm doing to make this money. Point of the video, basically. If you could, you know, like, subscribe, it would really help me know that I'm doing good, that people appreciate the videos, the information, that I'm coming across clear. Obviously, if I'm doing anything wrong or you don't understand something, I want to know. So give me a dislike, leave me a comment, let me know that, you know, it's not clear enough, or you want me to go more in depth. I'm just trying to give a quick basic overview so that, you know, people can spare the time, view my videos and hopefully learn something from it. You know, I appreciate you guys that have recently subscribed, people that are looking. You know, my view minutes and view time is people viewing is going up through the roof, and I really do appreciate you guys. You know, it's fantastic. I didn't think this was going to happen, but hey, I took a chance and it's starting to pay off a little bit. So, anyway, on to this part of the video. So, you can go to the auction house and sell the exact same way that I'm doing here. But basically, you just see 6 silver to 304. Now, that doesn't seem a lot, I know. But if I go to sell order and sell the 999 for the bare minimum sell order that is on the black market now, I will get a return of 302k. Now, if you remember, I had 2,000 plus items, 2,085 for 6 silver apiece, and that was totaling at 12,000 silver. I mean, you tell me, am I wrong, am I right? And I'm receiving in my inbox all the time black market sales. Create the sell order. Next one. Sell 208. Sometimes these are up at like 1,000 plus.
Whew. Oh no. Cái lại tôi tưởng là đồng mình rồi.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another Albion Online video. In this video we have something very special that I've been trying to do for a while now, and that is another 10k silver flipping challenge. Only I have to make 1,000,000 silver in this video. Just this video. It's not going to be a multiple part video. We're going to be trying to make 1,000,000 silver, trading 10,000 silver into 1,000,000 silver just in this video. This is also kind of a different method I'm doing in this video. I couldn't really do a normal live commentary because I have to do a lot of trades, and with a lot of trades I don't want to be doing a commentary every single trade. So what I've done is I've gone out and I have completely just recorded myself and every single trade I've done until I got 1,000,000 silver. And right now, as you can see, it's just going to be a couple trades that I'm doing, starting off with tier 4, and I'll explain how I'm doing this in a little bit. But once again, this is a challenge of me flipping 10,000 silver into 1,000,000 in just one video. So let me explain my strategy I'm going to be doing. First, for the first couple thousand, from around 10,000 to 100,000 silver, I'm strictly just looking at tier 4 items in the marketplace. This includes any weapons or any kind of cloth armor or whatever. So anything that's tier 4, that's what I'm trying to flip for these first couple trades until I get to at least 100,000 silver. And then from then, we're just going to start moving into tier 5 and tier 6. But for this, if you're doing something like a challenge for this, and if you're, I don't know, begin trading, make sure you stick to tier 4 weapons and armor pieces, because you can do some small trades. As you can see, these trades, I'm only getting a couple thousand silver per trade, but I'm only sticking to tier 4 again because it's very cheap, and sometimes a lot of people don't look for these trades, so you can find a couple trades that give you 5,000, even up to 10,000 silver per trade, because again, it's not being fulfilled. Not a lot of people are actually looking at tier 4. Most people are looking about tier 6 and tier 7, so I'm able to just use this tier 4 and be able to trade my way up to at least 100k, so we can move on into the more advanced trades. As you can see here, I am trading mostly weapons because I'm looking at weapon categories, just going back and forth between the black market and the regular carrier markets, and looking for any weapons that are being sold for a higher price in the black market than the regular market. And I'm just doing that simple flip, not necessarily doing anything kind of advanced. Very simple stuff here. We're gonna get to a little bit more advanced as this video goes on, but for now it's just very simple. We're trading tier 4 stuff, very cheap. We're only making around 4,000 to 5,000 silver per trade, and this is all we need to do until we get a little bit more of capital. So a lot of you might be asking, hey, are you actually going back and forward between the black market and the normal market to do these trades? And yes, for most of them, I do check the black market prices. I run back to the normal, carry on market, and I see the price difference. But in some trades, I'm able to use a resource tool called Albion Online 2D. Albion Online 2D is a website where you're able to check the current market prices if you're looking at it that way. The downside of using this website is that the prices aren't necessarily correct most of the time, because they're not registered every single second. There's a method that Albion Online 2D uses to get the market prices, so they're not necessarily correct prices most of the time, but sometimes it's good to know what the value of that item is, and if you think it's going to sell more or less, you can easily just check Albion Online 2D for the current market prices for that current item. The other thing I'm using is just straight off memory, what kind of items are selling in what. I usually mess around with the Albion marketplace every once in a while, so I currently know some of the market prices for the items. So I'm using between what I currently know, how much something is kind of valued, and also Albion Online 2D to check out which current trades I'm going to be doing. Now, yes, most of the time I am having to walk between the black market and the Carolian market, because those are the actual prices I need to take in mind to make those successful trades. So sometimes I use those tools, and then most of the time I have to look at what prices are currently in the black market compared to the normal Carolian market. So we are closing in for our 100k mark. This trade right here that we're doing will get us to around 80k or so, and then it'll take us around 2 more trades to do this. As you can see, we moved on to 4.1 because we have enough capital to do these trades. So this trade right here, I think, gets us very close to that 100k. As you can see, we got about 89,000, and this trade right here will get us to 100k. The 4.1 carrion collar, actually the fire stock, will get us to 103,000 silver. So now that we have 100k, as you can see, I moved on into 4.2 weapons, because now we have even more capital, and these weapons are very valuable. A lot of people use 4.1 and 4.2, so I'm able to trade 4.2 now. Beginning, since we have 100,000 silver to trade with our capital, we're able to do 4.2 trades. As you can see, we have the dagger pair here, and we're gonna make small trades. I also switched between 5.1 and 4.2. Those are around the same prices. So here I have 5.1, and I switch between 5.1 and 4.2, and eventually even get to 6, and we'll talk about all of these 6 strategies and stuff like that, tier 6. But for now, we're doing 5.1 trades just to get our capital going, and once we start getting that 200 to 300,000 silver mark, we're going to move on to tier 6, 6.1, 6.2, and possibly even 6.3. So you may be asking yourself, how are you finding these items to trade? There's actually 2 methods that I do to find these items. The first method is by sorting by item name. A lot of people sort by price, the item price. I like sorting it by item name because it will give me a category and all of the items, just a list of the current prices for every single item for a specific tier and a specific enchantment. So I go into the black market, I click on the tier 5, then the tier 5.1, for example, and that will list every single item, and I click on the item name, and that will list it by item name starting from A all the way to Z, and then I can see every single item in that list, and then keep going back and forth between the black markets and the regular markets, seeing if there's an item being sold for a higher price. The other method that I use is, yes, sorting by the item price, but I changed it up a little bit. Instead of just looking at every single item and all of the current high prices for every item, I usually change the quality of the item to something specific. So if I want to search for tier 5 weapons, I'll click on the tier 5. I also click on the, I think, just normal or good quality. I change the quality around so I can kind of just specialize in a sector of the market. A lot of people fail at looking at the prices and all the items because they're just generally looking at the black market and just scrolling through the normal sorting system that they have, instead of going up top and changing all of the sorting categories that you can do, such as the tier, the enchantment, as well as the quality. So what I do is I like messing around with that until I find a good sector that I can do some trades, and then start looking at the prices from there. So coming back to the video, we are about to hit 300,000 silver. So that's a really good mark. This means we can start moving into tier 6 and tier 7 stuff. As you can see, these first 2 trades I'm going to do are tier 7. That's because I couldn't find any successful tier 6 trades. After these 2 trades, I actually go back to 6.1. And that kind of shows you what I have to juggle between tiers. If I can't find a successful trade in about 5 minutes in a tier, I will move back between a different tier. So I couldn't find anything successful for tier 6. I went to tier 7. Then I couldn't find anything successful for tier 7, I went back to 6.1, and that's how I juggle the system. I kind of just change the tiers and the enchantments until I find a successful trade. I don't stick to one tier and one enchantments for so long because, of course, those orders are being fulfilled and also new orders are being created between the whole entire market. So I have to switch between 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, all the way to 7, 7.1, 7.2, and just keep juggling them until I find something successful, some successful trades. I'm also getting some really good trades. As you can see, I hit 100,000 silver trade just a little bit ago, and I'm kind of doing pretty well. It's almost been around 40 minutes and I've made 420,000 silver, so that's really good. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to give you kind of a compilation, a montage of me doing these trades, because I don't want to comment over every single video here. So I'm going to be leaving you with some music, and we'll be back once we start hitting that.
Sure. Weaving. Let me. Sure. Of course. Weaving. Let me. Weaving. Of course. Weaving. Goodbye, love. Bye-bye.
Itilap. Hey.
You know, just about.
watching, and I will see you guys later on my next video.
Another 93k. 208, 36. So we're almost over the 4k mark now. I'm not keeping a complete eye on this because I do this so much. I don't even bat an eyelid. I just come here. It's not
Hi everyone, Photos are back again. So today we're going to talk about the auction house and how the economy works.
Hey, what's up guys? It's Lupac back with another Albion Online video for you. Today we're going to continue the money-making series guides, and we're going to be taking a look at the black market. Now, you may have seen some other mentions of the black market on my channel. It featured quite heavily in my free-to-play to premium challenge I did, the 3-day challenge back when the free-to-play launch dropped. I used the black market to grind for my premium on a brand new character. Made some money there. And I've also, in my beginner's guide, I've got an introduction to the black market, which basically explains in depth what it is, the reasoning behind it, and the mechanics of the black market. But neither of those actually take a look at the best ways to make money on the black market. So today's video, we're going to be looking at the ways I make money on the black market and the way you can. So quickly, I will run over what the black market is. Very basically, if you want the in-depth look, go to my beginner's guide playlist and look for the black market video there. That will explain all of the mechanics. But the black market is this thing that you'll find in Carlion. It looks a bit like an ox parking lot a lot of the time because there's so many people there chilling, trading, flipping, selling. It's basically a system where the game will buy items from you, and it will then distribute these items as loot drops on mobs and in chests. So because it's a player-driven economy, they wanted items to go in. They wanted loot drops from mobs, but they wanted them to be player crafted. So players make items or get items, sell them to the game. The game then distributes them to the mobs. So that's what it is. Every time something is not available on the black market that somebody would have rolled on a loot table, it increases the price, so things go up. So there are two ways to make silver on the black market. Method number one is direct flipping, where basically you run between the black market and the marketplace, and you look for things which cost more on the black market than they do on the auction house. So you buy them on the auction house and you flip them on the black market. So number one we're going to look at then is, there's two parts to this basically. There's short distance flipping, which is done in Carlion. You run between the black market and to the auction house. So what you could do is, we'll set up a couple of sell orders to give you a good base to work on. You can do this instantly if you find things that are cheaper. You could just grab them and sell them instantly to the black market. If you've got money to play with and you don't mind it being tied up, you can actually make a bit of money. So look at this. We've got 3 Scholar's Robes tier 7 at 63,000. I think that's not a bad price. So we'll go over to the black market and see what the black market's saying about these. It probably won't buy them at that price. We'll go and take a look quickly. And you can see here, our Scholar's Robes will sell for 72,000 a piece. And we can sell all 3 of them. So we just instantly made that profit. We bought for 63, sold for 72, and we're making 9,000 per item. That was actually quite lucky because that video could have gone really badly if I was going to lose money. This seems to be about the price people are listing them, so we're not going to use a sell order. We could just instantly sell, and we just made some money. So that is
try a different approach.
After 1,000 years, the mists have finally cleared to reveal Albion, the land of myth and magic.
Only the highest quality. Fine leather. Stand back. Right. Gun. Smooth eye. Stand back. Right. Fine. Later, then.
Ready to cut stone? That's it?
Lovely day. Weaving. Bye-bye.
Honest prices. Come again.
At your service. If I have to. Don't burn yourself. Step back. If I have to.
I saw wood. That's it.
Don't be shy. Got everything?
can get you anywhere. Let me guess. You need me to fix that. Take care. Where you headed? Hold tight.
Em bro anh tàn đi à Có này đi đó ship ra hả ta sandbox cái lưu lượng nhà sandbox quoi cái bro đấy India မြို့ကြီးမြို့တွေရှိမြို့တွေတောဖို့အတွက်ကဒီမှာရောင်လေးတွေ့တာရောင်လုံးဝဖြစ်တာဒါတွေက PV ဆိုတော့ငါတို့ merchant တွေကဒီရပ်ပစ္စည်းတို့ဒီမှာလာရောင်းဖို့အတွက်ဒီရောင်ပြလူအဲ့ player တွေငါတို့စောင့်ပြီးတော့ဒီမှာပစ္စည်းတွေချပစ္စည်းကဥပမာဆိုငါကွာသွားမှာငါသုံးမဲ့တူအကုန်အဲ့လိုမျိုးတန်းတန်းနေအောင်လုံးဝပါသွားလို့မျိုးပြီးတော့ဒီထဲမှာဘာရှိလဲဆို black market ရှိတယ်ပါ black market system ဘယ်လိုလဲဆိုငါတို့ပစ္စည်းတွေကသူ့အဲ့ black market လိုက်ဝယ်တယ်ဝယ်ပြီးတော့ဝယ်လိုက်တဲ့ပစ္စည်းကအကုန်လုံးက dungeon တွေထဲရောက်သွားတယ် dungeon တွေကသုံးပိတ်ကြတယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးဒါပြည့်ပြည့်ကြည့်တော့အဲ့ဒီကကြမ်းတမ်းနေရတယ်စဉ်းစားတဲ့ဟာရောဥတော့တစမကီယာတော့အဆုံးမရှိဘူးအဲ့လိုမျိုးတော့ကွာဝါကီယာသူမြောက်ပေးလိုက်ရတာ哦အစပြန်လာထက်ပေါ့တော့ဝယ်လေငါတို့ crafter တွေကပြန်ယူပဲဟုတ်တယ်
No questions asked. Is that it?
Have a look. Deal.
Got some for me?
Local goods. Stay honest. I have lots to trade. See you later.
We're good. For now. Business is business. We're done here. Yes? A pleasure.
Honest prices. My pleasure.
Alright, maintain.
Ready to leave? Here!
Buying or selling? Deal. Want to trade? Stay honest.
Looking for safe passage? Let's go.
ရတယ်
Don't be shy. See you later.
အေးပေါ့အေးပေါ့
Welcome, traveler. Get on.
Honest prices. Got everything?
Where you headed? Up on.
I have lots to trade. Made a profit?
Ready to leave? Hold tight.
got some for me? Oh.
Looking for safe passage? Here!
Oh.
I can get you anywhere. Get on!
No questions asked. We're good. For now.
Welcome, traveler. Aboard!
Rất vào gì. Ê, lên rồi. À. Không. Ok, thì nếu mà về video nên đấy. Gặp mình lúc. Âu để tông được miệng. Rất trẻ. Ôi. Cho nó
Ready to leave? Let's go.
Welcome, friend. My pleasure. Want to trade? Stay honest.
ထုတ်ပြီးငါးခွက်ယူတော့အားယူတော့အောက်ထပ်
Honest prices. Deal. I have lots to trade.
เรียนนี้เกิดเนี่ย Okay.
Good day. Stay civilized.
Whoa.
Finest tools. Outstanding. Careful now. Certainly. Splendid. Business is business. I'll take it. Is that it?
Buckler. Buckler. Oh.
the highest quality.
Oh, Casca. Casca, no.
Outstanding.
Okay, no. Hey, no. It.
Certainly.
So.
Fine by me.
Ain't no.
Got some for me?
Don't joke. Don't joke. He's haywire. What the? 100k. Oh, shit.
Welcome, friend. Come again.
No questions asked. Is that it?
Don't be shy. My pleasure.
Yes?
Kinh ngạc.
We're good. For now.
Want to trade? Stay honest.
Business is business. done here? Oh. A pleasure.
I have lots to trade. Deal.
No questions asked. Ah.
Honest prices. Made a profit?
Where you don't know. Oh.
Some foreign. We're good. For now.
Have a look. My pleasure. Local goods. Don't be shy. Stay honest.
Business is business.
Okay.
Is that it?
Want a trade? See you later. I have lots to trade. Deal.
Cái bụng ra bị crop đi ra. Oh.
Looking for safe passage? I can wait a little longer.
No pain, no gain.
Where you headed? Hold tight.
honest prices. Made a profit? Stay honest.
Hai 봐야지 바로.
Panen pata Mikaji. I had a break. Definitely mouse. That I need a pool. Asshole. တော့လုံးစီရီကိုကြိုက်တဲ့လူတွေမှာကြိုက်တာပဲဒါဒီမျိုးစီတက်အောက်ပြီးတော့မင်းဟိုနေ့တော့ကြည့်မလားဟိုဗာလဲ လေ PV ကိုဘယ်လိုလောက်ကောင်းလဲဆိုအဲ့တော့မသိအတိတော့တည်ဒါပေမဲ့ဟုတ်မဟုတ်တော့တိတ်မသိအဲ့လိုဘာလို့ငါဟို trading ဟာတွေပဲငါအဓိကလုပ်နေ level မရှိဘူးသူ level မြင့် scale အဲ့ဒီ progress ရဒါကြောင့်မင်းဘာဝပန်းကင်ကြီးအဲ့ပုံမှာမူတည် Miss Spear ပြောရဟာ DVS လို့လား Spider that. Thousand complejo. Oh no. Hold on. I don't know. I know what. Howdy. You gotta look. Go. I don't think guild it. I don't think guild wall is shiba. I'm going. Give us a guild is. Oh yes. Luka, it depends on like me balong mo pumamuti. Ada. မင်းနဲ့ပဲလွယ်လွယ်လေးပဲဒီ email မှာသွားနှိပ်လိုက်နှိပ်မှသွားပေးဝယ်နှိပ်ပုံပဲ